back in Africa. I hope you're going to enjoy that.
Hey Isabella, are you gonna come out and dance with me tonight? The stars look beautiful outside, so beautiful. Tell your mama I said sorry, didn't bring you home early last night and I was a little tipsy. I know she doesn't miss me, so put on those shoes that I like. And we going, and that's the night away, yeah. Because you're low, you only live once. So me, I wanna have some fun. Fuja me fupa kama melody call. On the way we go and spend all my money on you, girl. Cause I can't take it with me when I'm dancing tonight. Tonight, we are young, high, and in love. Isabella, one day you'll be a superstar. We go to America, be so in a stadium. Woo, 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 woo. Isabella, today we boda. Tomorrow we motorcar. Sick Elizabeth, so put on the dress, the hearts are tight. Here we go, and that's the night away with you. You're low, you only live once. So me, I wanna have some fun. Fuja me fupa kama melody call. Up on the way we go and spend all my money on you, baby. Cause I can't take it with me when I'm dancing tonight. Tonight, we are young, high. Because you're low, you only live once. So me, I wanna have some fun. Fuja me fupa kama melody call. Up on the way we go and spend all my money on you, baby. Cause I can't take it with me when I'm dancing tonight. Tonight, we are young, high, and in love. Thank you. Za kupendeza roho, tabasamu ya kupapasa macho, sauti yako nikisikia pia natulia, yani punguze hasira nazo, urembo wako ulinasa roho, siku ya kwanza kukuona kwa macho, moyoni umekwamia, siwezi kutamia, njoo nipunguzie mawazo. I feel in my air when I breathe, I see you in my dreams when I sleep. You're the one I'll be waiting for all my life. Deep down in my heart I believe, when I feel I could feel it real. One I'll be waiting for all my life. Uko sawa naye, wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakuiga wenje mama yao. Wewe nachagua sisemi now, sisemi oh baby yuko sawa naye, wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakwiga wenjo mama yao. Ni wewe nachagua, sisemi, oh sisemi, oh sisemi. Oh, I love you, baby. And even though I've never been here before, somehow I know that this is how it feels to fall in love. Baby, you know I love you. I bless no one above you. I need you in my heart forever and ever. You will always have my heart. We're meant to be together, me and you. Oh, me and you, hey, uko sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakwiga wenjo mama yao. Ni wewe nachagua, sisemi now, sisemi, oh baby, uko sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakwiga wenjo mama yao. Ni wewe nachagua, sisemi now, sisemi, oh baby, uko sawa na wote malaika na mabawa yao, wote wanakwiga wenjo mama yao. Ni wewe nachagua, sisemi, oh sisemi, oh sisemi. Thank you.
Mic check. A very good afternoon to everybody. Let's give it up for Iconic. They just entertained us with such great music. Thank you so much, Iconic. Yes, great. Thank you for increasing my voice. I felt like I was shouting. This is much better. So a very good afternoon to everybody. A warm welcome to all of you, to our JASIRI fellows, the Zua Cohort fellows. A very, very, very warm welcome to you guys. We're here because of you, and so we'd like to really welcome you. Can we just give them a round of applause? And can you guys give yourselves a round of applause? Thank you so much. My name is Sherry Uwase, and I'm part of the JASIRI big team, and I will be your host this afternoon together with my colleague Desmond, and he will come here at some point. I'd like us to also really recognize everyone who is joining us, who has just come here because of the program. I can see lots of new faces around, people that I'm not very familiar with, and so we'd like to really welcome you as well, the guests who are joining us for this very, very wonderful time for us. So we welcome you. I'd also like to welcome our team of judges. We'll get to hear more about them at some point this afternoon, but I really want to welcome you for being here with us this afternoon. Thank you so much for making time. I don't know how many of you know about the JASIRI Talent Investor, but this is such an amazing program, and it's an entrepreneurship program for young stars that we have in the room, and so many more that are about to join, so many others who have been part of this program before. And so right now, the JASIRI fellows from the Zua cohort have been part of the residential intensive phase, which they've just completed, and that was 3 months long. I think most of you joined while you were strangers, but that's not the same story you can say right now, correct? Yes? So it's been a wonderful 3 months. I can believe there was a lot of growing, a lot of learning, a lot of getting to know new people, you know, pulling your socks up, knowing how well you can use your minds, you know, be creative, be innovative. And so we really just want to recognize you all for being here up to this very moment. Thank you so much. And you were 48 of you, the whole team that started, and now there's 16 teams that will be showing us they will be telling us more about their businesses this afternoon. And so, without further ado, I'd like to welcome our country director, Aline Kawanda, to come and just give us some opening remarks, and then we'll proceed with the plans of the afternoon. Welcome. Let's give a round of applause, please, to Aline. And Dr. Rose as well. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. There was energy in the air before the beginning of these sessions. I want to feel the energy. Good afternoon. This is better.
Hamjambo. Hamjambo.
So then let's go to Kinyarwanda. Miriwe. Okay, so guests, distinguished guests, partners joining us virtually and in person, Zua Fellows, the JASIRI team, we're warmly welcoming you to the Talent Investor Demo Day. And so this Demo Day marks the end of the residential intensive, as Sherry mentioned a few minutes ago. And so we're very delighted. And perhaps to give you a little bit of context, 5 months ago, we selected 48 fellows from Rwanda and Kenya. And they started their journey within the Talent Investor. And as they did so, they completed first an online entrepreneurship essentials. And that took about 5-6 weeks, really providing the foundational skills and understanding in running a startup, but also focusing on problem identification. And then early July, they all came and met for many meeting for the first time in Kigali, and they formed a community. They formed relationships, which we believe will be long-lasting friendships and relationships. And so within those 3 months, there's a reason why we call it intensive, because it is indeed intensive. They went through ideation. They went through really deepening their understanding of the problem that they want to solve. They went into the market. They tested their assumptions. They went back to the drawing board. So it's been an iterative process. It has been intensive. And so the reason why this is important to understand is that for us as a program, it's the ambition and the belief that when we select exceptional individuals and they are given the right environment and the support, they can actually come up with ventures that would change and that would address the challenges that our communities are facing. And so today we stand as JASIRI, we're very proud because it's been 3 months working hard and hustling, and today the 16 teams, as Sherry mentioned, will pitch to you the problem that they've identified, the solution, the market, and they will present to you their market sizing. They will present to you their initial financials. And then finally, they will present to you the team that will carry that vision forward. And so, while we stand here, Rose and I, and Rose is my counterpart in Kenya, JASIRI is a regional program. And so, we're very, very pleased to have seen the growth and the journey that our JASIRI fellows taken for the last few months. Now, this is just the beginning, because after the residential intensive, they will then start venture creation, which takes about up to 9 months. And in venture creation, they will then push their businesses forward, generate traction, acquire customer, and we're hoping that as they generate as much traction as possible, that they will be eligible for our JASIRI Growth Accelerator, which is the second stream of JASIRI. And the Growth Accelerator will then take them through their growth stages, so to the next level of their businesses. So Rose and I are inviting you to join our JASIRI community, whether you are an expert or a coach, or perhaps know of exceptional aspiring entrepreneurs within your community. Join the JASIRI community. As for us, we really, really are excited to start our demo day. And please allow me to, on behalf of the JASIRI team, recognize our judges. We have a great pool of judges. And because we're hosting, allow me to first recognize, I hope I'm not taking your space here, recognize Alice, Carmen, Kingsley, and Lila. And in a moment, we'll actually do them justice by sharing their bio so that you get to know them even better. So without further ado, welcome once again to the Talent Investor Demo Day, and we hope you enjoy and you get to see the amazing work that our JASIRI fellows have done. So we're very, very excited. So welcome everyone, and with that, over to you, Sherry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aline. Thank you, Dr. Rose. I know it's going to be, I don't want to use the word a long afternoon, it's going to be a very interesting afternoon because the fellows are going to not only tell us the problems, but also the solutions. I think those are very rare things that you can find in one room and in one day. So many of us identify problems and we move with that for quite some time. But now they're going to tell us the problems and the solutions. But before that, please just get on your feet and give at least 3 people a fist bump. Just 3 people a fist bump. Move around the room, not the person that you're seated next to. Move around the room, please. A fist bump. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. I think I'm the only one who did not get 3 fist bumps, but I'll find them as I exit the stage. So without further ado, tech team, if you would please project our judges. I'd like to introduce to you our judges. And one of our judges we have is Alice Hurikiinha. Thank you very much for making time with us this afternoon. Alice is the country director of BPN Rwanda, Business Professionals Network, Rwanda. And we're very, very honored to have you join us. If you could just wave to everyone, at least they see your face, not just on the screen, but in the flesh, Thank you so much, Alice. Next, please. Next, we have Dr. Carmen Nibigira, who is the lead tourism and hospitality manager at Mastercount Foundation, Rwanda. Thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Carmen. Thank you very much. And next, we have Kingsley Melita Kipuri, who is the Director of Strategy and Partnerships at the SME Advisory Unit, and he is the executive at the Executive Office of the President of Kenya. Thank you so much for being with us, Kingsley. And finally, we have Dr. Leila Masharia, who is the chairman, I guess the chairwoman and chairperson in this case, of the Africa Digital Media Institute. Thank you very much. We're really very honored that you made time to be with us this afternoon. We're very pleased, and we're looking forward to have your expertise, and opinions on the teams that we're going to see presenting this afternoon. I'd like to invite my colleague, Desmond, who is going to take us through the round of pitches, at least the first pitch for now. The round, we're going to have 8 teams pitching. Please, each team, this is not time for you to go out and prepare. I guess you had time to do that, so please be at ease. When you come here, you're going to do your very best. I really wish you all the very best. We would like to see what you've prepared for us. Desmond, over to you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. How's the energy in the room right now? Fellas, where are you? Right, Zua Cohort. So we did have a bit of prep this morning. You did get up on stage just to make sure, the nerves are not going to be a problem this afternoon. You've all very well prepped and practiced, and, you're going to do great on stage today, right? Right? Absolutely, fantastic. So the judges have been introduced. So judges and all the guests in attendance, we have a cohort here that we're very proud of. All right, they've done a lot of work over the last 3 months. We have 16 teams that are going to present today, and just by breakdown, we have 16 Rwandan nationals and 21 from Kenya. And they are going to present ventures that they have, ideated upon. They have, done market research on. They have built prototypes. Some of them have gone to market already, getting a little bit of traction, a few sales here and there. So, like we had the briefing yesterday, we're very proud of them, and we hope they're going to do all of us proud, and themselves more importantly, right? Right? Absolutely. All right, so going up first, we're going to be very strict on time, because if we let this get out of hand, a minute here, a minute there, we can slide into the evening. So we're trying to avoid that. So each team will have 5 minutes, and then the clock is going to tick for both the teams and the judges, right? So 5 minutes each. We're going to try to keep it quite tight. So, Chendeleza. Sorry, Team Huza, sorry. Huza. Team Huza. Right. Grace started alone, but she got her tribe, she got her family, she got a team. Absolutely brilliant. So can we get the clock up on the... We have a countdown clock. Thank you very much. Can we turn off the side lights, please? There's a bit of light sensitivity from the side lights, please.
These ones.
The side lights. Can we turn them off? Team Huza, are you ready? Okay, Team Huza, take it away.
Hello. Hi. Okay. I grew up in a family where I didn't know I had different parents with my siblings. The journey of discovering that made me disconnect with my family, yet we were together. On the other hand, we come from Congo. Me discovering my other part of the family, it was really hard for me to connect with them and the place they used to live in. It made me disconnect with my family, my history, my culture, and loss of heritage. This problem is widely shared in African community, even in this room, where you would like to connect with someone in different culture, but you don't know how to. Or you want to explore a new place or a new culture, but you don't know how to do that. made us realize that there is loss of genuine connection among people and places, and which even discourage people to explore African places and culture as well. On the other hand, we lack African representation in the gaming industry, which was influenced by Western culture and lack of African historical and cultural documentation. To address this challenge, we created Huza. Huza means connect. Huza aims to create genuine connection among people and places by using African historical and culture-inspired interactive games.
We have two categories of games. We have culture and conservation. Under culture, we have Glimpse It Rwanda. How many of you in the room know Amayuji? By show of hands. Well, those who don't know Amayuji are Rwandan cultural dancing instruments that you place on your ankles as you do the ambarawa. These games help you connect with each other, but also in a fun, interactive way as you learn cultural objects. Under conservation, we have Battle of Animals. Did you know that a mountain gorilla has a lifespan of 40 years? And in fact, its pregnancy lasts for 8.5 months. These games help you explore more different specifications of animals, and at the same time, they also help you get curiosity. You could also visit parks after playing these games. We have about 65 million tourists every year that visit Africa. And in Rwanda and Kenya, which is our target market, we have about 4.4 million tourists. Now get this. In just 7 days, we were able to sell decks that are worth $1,030. Did you hear that? 7 days. And we are in 4 libraries at the moment, 1 gift shop, and we're in talks with Rwanda.
You have heard of where we are at the moment. Now I'm going to tell you about our future. In the next 6 months, we hope to increase the collections in the Battle collection, in the Glimpse It collection. But most importantly, we hope to launch a digital platform that will convey the heritage and the culture of us as Africans using similar games and much more. We are also going to launch a virtual platform, but I'm going to tell you about that later. This is our financial projection, but let me the story. You might be wondering why the spike. By the end of our second quarter, we look at a cost of reduction by 67%, which combined with the gaming, the digital platform, by the time we get to our second year, we will hit our target of $360,000. This is the team. It's composed by our game master, Marie Grace, our games wizard, Yuhi, and myself, the night tech. Our ask today is for $10,000. This $10,000 will be used to expand into the Kenyan and Rwandan market, and we hope to have fully developed a digital platform that comes to you in the form of a mobile application. But that's not it. We are looking to educate and connect people about the African culture, and we're going to use our platform to make sure that you don't forget your heritage, and no one else will be able to forget where they come from. Our main aim is to become the leading African cultural-inspired gaming company. We are Huza, and we invite you to our journey. Thank you.
Well done. Well done, well done. Well done, well done, well done, Huza. Over to you, judges. Can we get the clock running again, please? Judges, questions? Over to you. Microphone problems? It's on, it's on, it's on.
Yes, Huza team, thank you very much for breaking the ice. It's not easy to be the first. Straight to my question. These beautiful games, where are they produced? And you mentioned that you're going digital. What is going to happen with the printed games? So what is the the lifespan or the way forward. And if I may ask another question at the same time, can you lose a few words about competition? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The first question is, where are they produced? They're produced in Rwanda by us for the moment.
Yeah, in terms of the digital platform, what we hope to do is incorporate these games to increase our reach. Because right now on the physical platform, with our partners like Rwandair, they talked about the weight limit. So we hope to move that onto a digital platform that will be able to reach more people. Sorry, can I ask you the last question, please?
Competition.
Competition?
For the competition, we are so far the only one in the market because we are unique. The one is Gakondo for the moment, which is trying to picture the normal cards with Rwandan pictures, but for us, we are creating content with other games. So we are somehow unique. We don't have so far the competition.
Okay, just a quick question. You're only concentrating on the tourism market, the East African community, Kenya and Rwanda. What about the local market?
For the local market, we are targeting even schools, and even they started even trying our product. But largely, we are targeting tourists who are willing to explore different places. But now we are even on the other side, locals are using our product, and they're happy for that as well.
I think that was not captured in your market, so maybe just something to consider.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks, Huza. Well done. These look very nice and really stunning. I'd like to just hear more about the gaming element. I think it's very clear, the spike. You talk about African representation in gaming as we speak. Could you just say more about exactly what you're going for in the gaming and what that will look like?
So in the gaming industry, by having a mobile platform, we hope to, as I said, get to more people. So our approach for that is necessarily a mobile app that not only anyone in Africa as well as outside Africa can be able to access to actually have that. Now, our entry to market is the two collections that we have at the moment. And we hope to incorporate that in the digital platform. But we are also looking into, we also have, for example, clients who want customization for their content. So they want to gamify their content. That's also another way we look into get more into the gaming market. But as we go along, we get to add more content based on the different cultures, the different plants, the different animals, so that we are able to educate more people and help people get connected.
My question is about unit economics. So I'm curious about what it takes to make one of these to a point where it reaches this point, as far as how much it costs, and how many of these you think you will have to sell before you turn to profitability?
Already we're in profitability. So far we the cost of making one deck is $9. We are selling it to $20 and $15. But we are planning to lower it down to $3 so we can increase our margin.
Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. Team Huza. Thank you. Thank you. Right, coming up on stage, we have Chendeleza, Team Sports, and then Jenga, be ready, you're next. Right. Everything is right here. Go ahead. All right, Chendeleza, ready?
Check.
Right, clock up and running, and go.
The average age professional footballers are scouted is 13 years. And at 13 years, do we wait for?
Slides, please, Chendeleza.
The average age for professional footballers to be scouted is 13 years. And by 13 years, this is the level of football African players are playing, while our counterparts in Europe, at the age of 6, they're using these places to train. None of the African teams have ever gone beyond the World Cup, the quarterfinals of the World Cup. And this is attributed to later identification of talent, where talent is identified when the players are really old. The rippling effect of this is that we are missing out on opportunities to be transferred and place our foot on the international market. In addition to this, there's a general stigma about people who are playing football because they are assumed to be academically challenged. When you look at the transfer markets, Africa only gets 80.3 million out of the possible 7.35 billion, which is astonishing. Isn't it, Philip?
Indeed it is. Can you imagine that Kenya and Rwanda combined only earned $400,000 in the year 2019? And this is a year when spending on transfers increased by 9.1%. What are we doing about this? First of all, we're building a talent identification system that allows us to scout and select the best players, bring them into our system, and prepare them for transfers. And what about those who don't make it? Those who don't make it, we're giving them a chance, offering them alternative career opportunities, allowing them a financial cushion in case they don't make it in football. One such player is Liam right here. But on our system, his name is player 8596. Our early detection database, ED, using our Cheza Tech rating system, allows us to be able to track players from as early as 6 years all the way to 13, at which point, in case they meet our criteria, they will be transitioned into our academy, the Chendeleza Academy, where they will be equipped with skills and education such as physiotherapy, nutrition, business and analytics, in addition to high-quality coaching and training facilities. So, our vision is to ensure that African players have access to high-quality training facilities, high-quality coaching, and access to education, just in case they don't make it. How do we make money? We make money in 3 ways. First, through our tournaments, where we'll be scouting our players. Tournaments are paid at $75 each. Subscription model, allowing access to our early detection database, charging between $100 and $500 subscription, depending on the package, until we can unlock transfers in Q4 of 2025, allowing us a large source of revenue, and we will make sure that we keep our costs low. Womboy, how do we go to market?
So how we are going to penetrate this market is using our Cheza Cup tournaments in these 2 ways. Number 1, we are going to use it to enroll our players in our data platform, and number 2, to scout the players. The third one is we're going to use it for our brand visibility and to create credibility for communities as well as our partners and the football clubs. My team, Philip and I, we are united with our passion for football. We have the ability to bring communities together to work towards a common goal. We are resilient, we keep showing up, and we get the job done. So far, we've registered 63 players, 5 academies, landed 2 land deals by Nawiri Experiences in Kenya and Tuza Hotels in Rwanda, as well as partnered with Football Foundation for Africa, who are providing us with a network of scouts and football clubs. The Pragma platform is going to support us as we are doing the education. What are we asking for?
We're asking for $10,000 to begin our journey to allowing African players to compete at the global stage at that level. Indeed, we are going to allow African players the opportunity to get the facilities that others are getting, to get that window when their potential can be maximized. So we're going to start by upgrading our pitches, building our brand through our tournaments, building our early detection database, signing up players, and finally, transferring them. And not in such a long time, Rwanda, Kenya, they're going to be winning the World Cup. And this is because of us.
Remember, keep playing.
Excellent. Excellently done. Very well done. Chendeleza, and looking the part as well, all dressed up. Love it. Absolutely. Changing the world one signed up player at a time. Okay, judges, questions, over to you. The mics are on. Yep.
My question is about regulation. I know that in Kenya, for example, you don't just start football leagues or talking to people or scouting to young people. Have you thought about that and how you might overcome that challenge?
So, indeed, we have. One of the things we are really keen about, as I mentioned, is being able to ensure that we're running a very, very a company that follows the regulation to the letter. One of the things we are doing in that regard is getting the best quality legal advice from various teams. And we're doing that, we're making sure that we are following data protection laws for our kids, because you noticed we said on our platform, he's player 8596, that's the first thing. Secondly, we're also in contact with the Football Foundation for Africa, our very key partner, who are allowing us access to certain lawyers and legal teams, as well as their own academies and scouts and sports professionals, which is going to help us to make sure that whatever path we are following is legal and it's right.
Follow-up question. You did mention that you keep your costs low, but that was vague. So what are your costs and what are the key elements of your costs and what will that profit margin?
Okay, so at this point in time, as we pilot, I mentioned that we already have 2 land deals in place. So at this point in time, we have to sort out the land in terms of rent. In addition to that, our staff to run the tournaments, as well as we build the early detection database on the background, we'll be running the Cheza Cup tournaments. That's in the pilot phase. At this point in time, our margins are at 39.3%, yeah. And we are keeping the activities following our costs. So what we are doing is we are running activities that allow us to continue as we build our systems and as we build our academies, so that by the time we're getting to unlock major sources of revenue, we're already managing our costs consistently.
I just wanted to ask about the early detection database. Could you just go into detail into what exactly scouts are speaking to, maybe regionally, maybe globally, exactly what they want in terms of detection, and then how you're working backwards to build that into the platform? And then secondly, if you could just speak to the pipeline. It sounds like the long game is pipeline to huge transfers globally. That's a pot of money for you, versus the needs of actually homegrown sport and the grassroots element that I assume you're also trying to solve for at the same time. Speak to that.
So for us, we have been partnering with the FFA. They have been holding tournaments all over the continent, in Zambia, Tanzania, and so on. So with their experience in tournaments and their experience in scouting, we are coming in to tell them, okay, you guys are scouting players, transferring them abroad by the time they're 19, it's too late. They're not gonna achieve their potential. So for us, we're looking at getting these kids in our tournaments. As young as 6, they start to play, we start to watch them, we choose the best ones. By 13, we're selecting the best to come into our academy, but indeed, our partnership with FFA doesn't stop at legal business only. Beyond that, it allows us to be able to transfer more children to more academies and more clubs on the continent as well as abroad, which means that now we're giving the opportunity to many more players. Our platform, EDD, allows us to be able to track that progress over time and to have the statistics, which we're still building out the Cheza Tech rating, as I mentioned, and that's going to allow us to be able to tell, okay, this player, he's this tall, he weighs this much, this is the position he's been playing, this is how his technique is based on standardized metric, allowing us to be able to say, okay, we believe in him, he's met the criteria, and we think he has the potential. At that point, once he's 13, now he can be moved into a proper academy, because that's the age, on average, as she mentioned, when people get transferred. At that point, you have so much potential to grow and to meet your target. So if you're taking a player when he's 13 versus when he's 19, you have a lot of time to groom him, improve him, and develop him to a point where he can really come and represent your academy at a high standard. Yeah.
Could you speak about the Cheza Tech? Who's designing it? Who's building it? Is that outsourced, insourced? It sounds like a lot is on that moment.
It is indeed. We have a partnership that's on the way with...
2 seconds.
Sorry. that was my concern. So we're working with a company that does data and AI. I didn't want to use the buzzword, but excellent. That's what they're doing. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Absolutely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving from games to sports into affordable housing with Team Jenga. On stage, please. Team Jenga here. Plante, Hube. Ready to go? Absolutely. Take it away.
This day, I came from school to find my aunties and my uncles at home, not for a good reason. They came to kick us out of our family house. These guys didn't come with an intention of informing us. They came with a buyer. They gave us 15 days to be out of the house. And you see, my mother is just a tailor from a rural area. She didn't have cash to give us the next shelter. She had to sell land. We moved to a house that was still wait, and till this day, it's still being fixed. You see, this is not just me. We are talking about 82% of the Rwandan population living in rural areas, struggling to find a decent and affordable housing. When you go to the market, the existing mortgage options that are existing, they are targeting middle and high income earners. But wait, don't we have people who care about low income earners? We do. We have microfinances, but then the problem becomes the loan for construction that's too high, so they can't give them that much money because it's going to be high risk. So what ends up happening, these people, like in our case, in my family, what we did, they sell their land to be able to fund the construction.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine your parents selling their land and they end up building this kind of house. This house is low quality, it does not have proper sanitation, it has no plumbing, no electricity, and it still needs more things to be done. And yet this is something someone gets after selling their land. What if someone might get this house? Well, forget about the goat. The goat is not in the package. This is our package. It is called Turamodo House. These are houses we are proposing for low-income earners in rural area, and these are the houses they will get without selling their land. These houses, someone can get it starting from 5,000 USD, and if you don't have money in cash, we've partnered with financial institutions that will be giving people loans, and these houses will be taken as collaterals, and people will be paying less than $100 per month. Isn't that great?
So far, we talked to 3 microfinances, and they are ready to onboard all their members. They are just waiting for our demo house. We did one customer outreach in one high school. Out of 12 teachers who came, 12 registered to get the house. But then, how far are we?
To be honest, when you're talking about this house, things sound fantasized, isn't it? Don't worry, for us to prove that this is feasible, we've started to build our first demo house. This is our construction site, and we are at the foundation phase, and we've made interlocking bricks that we will be using to build this affordable house. Our financial projection is that by October next year, we will have made total revenue of around 200,000 USD, and since there is innovation we are working on, the following year, the profit will double. You might be wondering, who are we to think about this thing? Isn't it, sir? We have Plantation's Way, a social entrepreneur, a strategic leader who understands sales, and there is me, a civil engineer by profession, a self-taught architect, and I've been an entrepreneur in this construction field.
So with this amazing team, out of over 2 million households in rural area, in rural households in Rwanda, we want to build at least homes for 2,000 families, and with that, in the next 3 years, we're going to make about $10 million. And for now, what we are looking for is just $10,000 to make sure we finish our demo house and make sure we go to the market and people get to know our products at large. You see, if somebody had this idea back then in 2014, what happened to my family would have been a different story. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Well done, well done, well done. Looks like you're finally having some fun on stage. Well done. Okay, judges, over to you.
So thank you, gentlemen, for this impressive presentation. I have a few questions. One is around the value of the house, the $5,000. Can you please explain how you build the house at that price and still have a margin? That hasn't been very clear to me. And then, if I understood it right, the initiative is for Rwanda. And there have been similar initiatives to build houses, affordable houses for displaced families, and different challenges came up around that. Can you mention that? Can you see how different your solution comes over despite the price? I believe there are much more aspects around getting people moved from where they were to a new place. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with the second question. The existing affordable housing program in Rwanda targets people who earn between $200 and $620. For us, we are targeting people who earn less than $200, the underserved. So that's the difference between our program and theirs. Even though theirs has a loophole, but if we manage to solve this underserved, it is easy to upgrade it to solve these other people. For the first question about how we managed to lower the cost, in construction, there are three things that make a construction project expensive. There is labor, logistics, and material. These are the things we are going to play with. We've partnered with Makiga to give us machines that make interlocking bricks, and these bricks are used to build a house without needing a mortar, a joint between bricks. So this makes the construction faster and easier and affordable. We also partnered with Earth Enable. Earth Enable use local available materials to floor a house and to plaster it. So once we've built a house, Earth Enable will catch up from there and make the flooring of the house and the plaster of it. So this is why our house is going to be quality and affordable. Thank you.
Within that $5,000, have you taken into account all the sites and services? Does it include the price of the land? And if so, what kind of plot ratio are you looking at? And then also, is it a wired house? Does it have all the electricity and the utilities included? Is it plug and play?
Thank you. The land is for our customer. For us, we build. A customer will be having land, and we will have to build the house on their land. So the cost of construction is $4,200, and we will be selling it at $5,000. So our margin is $800 USD. Thank you.
In the research we did, one of the major findings we had is the land is not a problem in rural areas. That's one of the major breakthroughs we had. And that's one of the things that helped us to go lower in terms of cost.
The question about the utilities, will water be coming out of the tap and electricity come on?
Our house has plumbing system and an electrical installation. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions from the judges?
I know you mentioned teachers and people, salary people. I imagine a lot of people in your demographic don't have monthly or regular income streams. Is that a conversation you've had with the microfinances, people who are farmers or keep livestock, and how their income might match with the costing?
So you see, the good part is we started with people who have salaries, but low salary. That's why we started with the nurses SACCOs and teacher SACCOs. That's one of the major customer segment we have, and that's why who are the people we're going to start with to serve. Later on, that's when we're going to tap into the market of people who have the irregular or informal jobs. Thank you.
Maybe just one, it's not a question, it's a comment, maybe ownership. I think once you are starting building the homes for that bracket of the market, think about the ownership, the title deed, who owns the house. So especially if you're looking to target a low income and then female in rural areas. So remember who signs on that house ownership.
I'll tell you later.
Right. I'll tell you later. That's right. Interesting. Run out of time. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Team Jenga Mo. Thank you very much. Upcoming, we have Broad. So we have a diverse array of ventures that have come through our system. So sports, affordable housing. On to beverages. There we go. Right, please collect your mics. Team Broad slides up. And we are ready to go. All right. Team Broad, are you ready? Absolutely. Take it away.
Have you ever been told to stop drinking alcohol for the sake of your health, but still you want to enjoy something classy, like a glass of wine? Have you ever been asked for a healthy drink by your pregnant wife, sister, or friend? Do you avoid alcohol because you are Muslim, Christian, or a designated driver? Have you ever been to a party but you don't want to drink alcohol? Hi, my name is Cheza Steve, and I have experience in making both alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. And if you're one of the people I mentioned earlier, I recommend L'Hervé, the high quality and the best non-alcoholic still wine you can find on Run Market right now, and is made by us, Broad. Why are we working on this product? Well, we identified the problem, and according to World Health Organization, there are two major problems in beverages industry: alcohol and sugar. And in Rwanda, there's a scarcity of high-quality non-alcoholic beverages, but to prove it, we did market research. And we found that there is in the market research, the key insights is that there is a complete unavailability of non-alcoholic wines in wine industry. We only found one brand, which is also a sparkling wine. And most people don't know that the non-alcoholic wine exists, but still they keep on asking for healthy alternatives to alcohol. And how do we perform this magic? Ladies and gentlemen, through this process, by the fermentation of the grape juice, crushing the grapes, getting the juice, fermenting it, and then the second step is the alcoholization, when you remove the alcohol using vacuum distillation process. Then you add back the flavors and aromas to smell like wine and taste like wine. And then after, you have a high-quality non-alcoholic wine, which is low-calorie, sugar-free, and rich in antioxidants, which is very beneficial to your health. And this is exactly what we did 3 weeks ago to have that beautiful black slick bottle in front of you. But what about the market?
Well, the current global market size stands at 1.7 billion USD, and it's expected to grow to 4.5 billion USD by the year 2031. The Middle East and African market stands at 56.92 million USD, which is still low, but it's growing at a rate of 10.64 CAGR%. What about the East African market? Well, data about non-alcoholic wine market in East Africa does not exist. Why? Because one, we don't have non-alcoholic wine in the East African market, and two, nobody has bothered to do the research about East African market specifically. But in a couple of years, we are the guys that the researchers will be coming to for data when they are doing their reports. At the moment, we are producing one bottle of wine at a cost of $8. This is high because we bought already made wine from a winemaker, then we removed the alcohol. But in the next 6 months, we'll be able to use our wine fermented by us, and this will bring down the cost of production to $6 per bottle, which is translate to $7 gross profit per bottle. So, and how are we going to the market? Well, we are forming strategic partnerships with hotels, restaurants, and liquor stores. We're also going to utilize social media marketing, which is a vital tool in today's generation. We will conduct product sampling in events, and we're going to utilize the existing online marketplaces for a start. Our finances for a moment, right now we can only produce 160 bottles per month, but by year 3 we can be able to sell up to 500 bottles per day, which will give us a gross revenue of 1.716 billion USD. That black dot you see on the screen is not a design, it's not a mistake. It just shows the beginning of a significant increase in revenue, which will happen after 6 months once we start using our own wine. Next. In the last 2 weeks, we have made 83 bottles, sold 72 for a profit of $360, and we have a 140 bottle pre-order by 4 different clients. This is the team that makes it happen. I'm Tyrus, an engineer logistics expert. We have Steve, the winemaker, and Mary Faustine, our food scientist. And we have onboarded also a marketing team. Well, at the moment, we cannot satisfy our demand. We can only produce 20 bottles a day for 2 sessions. That's, let's say, 160 bottles per month. But with 10,000, we can be able to increase production from 160 bottles to 1760 bottles per month, a 1,000% increase in production. So that's why we're asking for the 10,000. It also helps us in covering the advertisement costs and some other overhead costs. Thank you. You can see the judges. You have already enjoyed your glass. You're welcome.
Right. Well done, well done. Well done, Team Broad. Well, very well done. Right, over to the judges. Questions, comments? The microphone is on.
In explaining the global market, is the global market benchmarked on what? Was it for wines or?
Yes, it was. It's the total global market of non-alcoholic wine. Yeah.
Any more questions?
No hands.
Thank you for the delicious wine.
You're
it's
welcome.
a great pleasure.
You're welcome.
Can you tell us a little bit more about the raw material and how you intend to produce this wine and the technology and the knowledge, how you're going to do all that? Grapes are not necessarily growing in huge quantities in Rwanda, and I would like to understand that value chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We currently use the already made wine. There's a winemaker. We bought his wine. We had a contract, and then we removed the alcohol. But we want to import the the grapes from South Africa, and then do the entire process of the winemaking, of that, like I showed it in the slides. And yeah, currently we're using the already made wine.
So you intend to import the raw material?
Yes.
And get to a pricing of $6?
Yes.
And import the bottles as well?
Yes.
I believe you need to look at your numbers.
I have an answer for that.
Yes.
To make 1 bottle, we only need $4 for a grape. And the packaging and the labeling and everything comes to a cost of $1.5. And the 0.5 is there just because it's just a margin of error. Yes, but we calculated the cost. We are in talks with the South African vineyard. We want to see if we can import grapes in large quantities. That's why we need the 10K. To import the grapes, it's cheap when you import in large quantities. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's a part you need to work on strongly. The initiative is great, but I believe to get to that production price, it will be a challenge. Using a lot of imported raw materials and yeah, so look at those numbers exactly.
It's $4, yeah.
You mentioned unable to meet supply at the moment or meet demand, sorry. Could you just say more about who's buying it, what the feedback is on the product, the taste, and just what kind of customers are there?
Yes, now there are 4 hotels. That's the problem he talked about. Like they say that they take the minimum order of 10 boxes of wines, and then we first let them taste it, they like it, and then for now it's hotels, 4 hotels for the pre-order of 140 bottles. But also we're working with restaurants and some liquor stores. Now for 3 liquor stores, but because we don't have like enough quantity to supply the demand. Yeah, true.
Right. Any more questions, comments from the judges for Team Broad here? Right. Fantastic.
I would like to know the comments about how does it taste like, and would you like it?
Looking for a user review. All right, can we get that from the judges?
I think I like the presentation. I think the bottle really looks nice, and then it's appealing. I'm not really a wine expert, but I'll say, as Alice mentioned, I think understanding the cost, there's a potential for this, but work on understanding how the production works. I think that's just my last comment. But other than that, anyone who drinks wine?
Yeah, I'm a wine drinker, but I wish I was not, so I'm your target market.
Wow, thank you very much.
Yeah, but it does, I like that the sugar's out, but I still think there's something about the taste to make it feel similar, more similar to wine. That's an R&D issue, but I think you're onto something.
Yeah. Thank you very
much.
much.
Excellent. You have a judge to market directly to. Great. Coming on stage, PsychX. ForMoja, get ready. We're moving into the mental health space with Team PsychX here. 3 members from Nairobi, Kenya. Ready? Right, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to PsychX, where mental wellness is your wealth. Now, the age of 15 to 25 years is considered to be the golden age of your life. You make friends, but also lose them. You make mistakes, but you can also correct them. You learn, you realize, but reality also checks in. You fall in love, but heartbreak is part of the process. You try businesses, some fail. You lose yourself, but if you're able to help yourself or get help, then you'll ace it. But if that is not the case, mental health conditions are imminent. And this informs why 75% of the mental health conditions have an onset between the age of 15 to 25 years. Worse still, suicide is considered to be the second leading cause of death in this age group. Let's have a look at what is happening. Imagine a mother rejecting her own children simply because they were born out of rape. Imagine your child choosing to die by suicide, leaving behind a suicide note. This is a tip of the iceberg. We have a bigger problem. There are 240 million people across the world of this age affected by the same mental health conditions. 4.1 million people are in Kenya, and for us to create a disruption, we are targeting 10%, which is equal to 410,000 people, and this relates to a market size of $160 million US.
Now, these age brackets are considered to be tech-savvy and majorly spend their time online. So PsychX has launched a product to match clients with the most suitable therapists with the aim to provide comprehensive, tailored, and youth-friendly mental wellness services, having an algorithm that you can access suitable, competent, and experienced therapists, psychological first aid, and interactive communities where stigma is reduced and trust is built. Just to give you a glimpse of the user journey, once you sign up on PsychX using your email and password, we ask for basic information, run it through our algorithm to shortlist suitable therapists for you, and on clicking Get Help, a list of therapists you matched with is displayed. So you swipe left if preferred, if not preferred, and right if preferred, and then proceed to book a session and pay. A link to the session you booked is sent to your email, and you can switch a therapist whenever. So we are using a commission-based revenue model where a session is only $30. PsychX makes a gross margin of $9, which is equivalent to 30%. And in our Q1, we intend to have utilized 600 hours through the platform, making a revenue of $18,000. And in our Q2, we intend to have utilized 800 hours through the platform, generating a revenue of $24,000. Now, these projections are based on our current usage, the trends of our current usage, where we have managed to onboard 6 therapists. We have 21 signups, from which we have delivered 12 sessions successfully, generating a revenue of $240 in revenue in the past 10 days. So earlier this month, we managed to hold 2 community events, one in Kenya in partnership with RICO, and the other one in Rwanda in partnerships with NCD's Alliance in Rwanda during the Car-Free Day. So far, we have actually been receiving good feedback, and we believe that PsychX is the ultimate solution.
However, we are well aware of other competitors in the market. PsychX stands out by providing a client therapist matchmaking algorithm, therapist switching option, and a preventative approach to mental health where we shall leverage on existing communities to create awareness such as social media community spaces, religious and educational institutions, corporate social responsibilities, and partnerships. The team to do this is comprised of Fifi, a senior software engineer in charge of tech, Juma, a 7-star pharmacist bringing in the health expertise to run our operations, and myself, a mental health advocate in charge of our partnerships that shall propel PsychX to success. In our first year, we intend to have utilized 3,000 hours on our platform, bringing our revenue to $90,000 US. Additionally, we intend to introduce gaming and augmented reality to our platform, projecting our revenues to $251,000. In 2025, we intend to have an experts academy that shall project our revenues further to $400,000 US. To be able to meet our first year's targets, we are asking for $10,000 US to run our marketing, operations, product development, and branding.
You're out of time. Thank you very much. Well done, PsychX. Very well done. Over to the judges for questions and comments.
Thank you, team. I love the hoodies. I just want to ask about stickiness of the app, concerns around find a therapist I like, and then we move off the app and just relate in a way that's offline for you. And then secondly, referring, I find a therapist I like, so I refer them to my cousins, and we don't ever come back to the app. So if you could just speak to that.
Okay, so to ensure that clients stick to our app, we have a credit approach where as you attend therapy sessions, you gain some credits that you can redeem later, maybe for a session, or you can help a friend to actually attend a session. Yeah. So that will help people keep using the app.
You are charging $30 per session, and you are targeting between, I think, 15 to 25. Is that right? Yes. This is a market who, in my view, doesn't have that. They don't earn an income. How do you intend to make them pay $30 when actually there's no income they earn?
So that is where our go-to-market strategy comes in. That's why we are using community events to actually educate parents and people, the guardians that are in charge of this 15 to 25 years old, so that they know and they can be open to actually pay for them. Yeah. Then the social media approach is to actually create awareness for those 15 to 25-year-olds so that they are like, okay, mom, I saw this and this. Do you think you are open enough to pay for me so that I can attend a therapy session? Yeah.
I have a question around safeguarding and regulation. So how do you vet the people who are on your platform? How do you make sure that what they're telling the young people is the right thing? Is there any oversight? And do you have comparatives, you know, when you did your research, these assumptions that you make about growth and also this parents' ability to pay, have you seen other people, do you have evidence that this earning power and interest is there?
Right. On that, regarding the competitors, I believe, and how much they're charging, when we did our market research during the problem validation, we were able to find that most of our competitors charge between 4,000 Kenya shillings, that is $40, to an extent of $100, you know. So, and when we went ahead to ask them, they found that anything $30 and below is quite affordable, and that's why we settled on, you know, that figure. Yeah.
Safeguarding, safety?
So for us, for us to onboard a therapist, we look at various criteria for now. Number one, the education background. Number two, the years of experience. And then number three, licensure with the professional bodies.
Yes.
Any other questions? Right.
Yes, from my side as well. Great outfit.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that brings me to the name of the app. Mental health tends to be kind of a sensitive topic. And very often people who need it or who take these services do not want to really be exposed, especially in our Rwandan culture. I was wondering, having the app called Psychics on my phone, whether it wouldn't instill a kind of a stigma. Have you thought of that?
Maybe to give you context, I come from a medical background, and for us, when you're writing a diagnosis, you write DX. When you're writing a treatment, you write TX or RX, right? So if you're providing psychological treatment, then we can write it psych, which is psychological, and then X. So, and then psych can also be used to mean, motivation, yeah.
To also answer your question about the Rwandan culture, in terms of, let's say, anonymity in the platform, for now we have not thought about it in terms of the UI as an app, but in the platform we also have anonymous services. So you can choose to come onto the platform and you are anonymous. We offer virtual, anonymous, and physical services. That is why we have the Expert Academy coming up.
Right, any more questions? Still have 24 seconds.
I think just on the payment side, has there been any consideration about getting other people to pay, whether it's insurance providers or to subsidize or government health, universal health coverage, just to bring the cost down?
In 8 seconds.
That's interesting. Recently, NHIF started covering that, so we intend to move into that space.
Well done, right on time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Psychics.
Clearly, we all want the hoodies, so make arrangements, please, Psychex. Make arrangements. Right. On stage, ForMoja, the agricultural space. Take your mics right here. And Ron should be up next. So, slides are up. Ready to go, and take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to present to you ForMoja, the first agri-tool manufacturers in East Africa. Before that, meet our persona.
Well, meet John. John is a horticultural farmer in Ramagana district. And as you can see, John is farming green pepper in a greenhouse. But something special, John doesn't know the amount of water that he needs to apply to this green pepper. And this seems to be the root cause of other serious problems. Actually, John needs to be at the farm 6 hours daily. If he's not there, he needs to hire someone. Like currently, John employs 4 people who looks after 3 greenhouses. Other than that, he's underproducing 30%. He has tried to find a solution on the local market, but he couldn't find any. So he chose to go the normal way. That is that he loses 2 in 3 liters of fuel when he's irrigating because he doesn't know the amount of water he's going to be using.
Well, it's not about John alone. It's about 2 million farmers in Rwanda who are facing similar challenges like John. In Africa, where we are envisioning, we have around 33 million farmers. This market is valued 8.5 million in Rwanda, in Africa 3.3 billion, and also across the globe it's 111.8 billion. This has informed our decision on the solution we need to provide. This is a water resource management device that we have manufactured here in Rwanda, and the judges have it there. It is used to measure humidity, temperature, and also evapotranspiration. Here, it's us like putting our devices in our demo farm. You are looking at the irrigation system there, but also we have those 2 devices. Not only that, they measure humidity, but it can also automate the whole irrigation system. Farmers like John, they will not need to spend all those 6 hours.
Well, we've tried to understand different key players in the sector, and we realized that the key players are foreigners who are making these products in foreign countries. And for them to bring them to the African continent, they need to export them, which makes the price higher. So we are making a difference through our locally manufacturing these products and increasing accessibility and affordability. So far, we've got the pre-order of 26 devices, equivalent to $2,600, and we are making a device at 57.1 USD and selling it at $100. So with this total pre-order, we've got a 10% deposit as a confirmation of the need.
As you mentioned, we are using 2 ways to help these devices reaching the customers. We are using a prepayment and also an installment. As you see, first a farmer needs to pay 10% a deposit as a prepayment. Later, after we deliver the device, he pays 40%. And then after 1 month, he can pay the remaining 50%. Our target customers, they are commercial farmers and also farmers cooperatives.
With our financial projections, everything going right, within 3 years, we are projecting to make more than 4 million USD as the annual revenue and make a profit of nearly 2 million USD.
We consider ourselves as the right team to provide this solution because I myself, Bruce Mutangana, I'm an agriculture engineer. My colleague Benjamin Gisa, he's an agriculture conservationist. We are also having Lambert Rindana, an electrical engineer who is working on product development. Fidel Anga, who is working on irrigation engineering, and also Florence Muhoza, an agriculture economics, who is helping us onto business development. We are also partnering with RAB and also RAB is Rwanda Agriculture Board. They are helping us scale this technology across the whole farmers in Rwanda. FabLab, they are helping us through product development.
Well, we're here asking for 10,000 USD that is subdivided into 4 portions. The first one being the sales and marketing, the research and development, which is very keen. Third being the device stock for the pre-orders and the other miscellaneous expenses. So we've got the problem, we've got the solution, we've got the demand, so help us serve these people.
Well done, well done. Very well done. Over to the judges for comments and questions.
Just remind us, I think, go back to what is the cost? How much is
$57.1.
And then what is the cost of making it is?
Oh, that's the cost of making it.
And then how much do you sell it?
At $100.
$100. Okay. So imagine you are dealing with a commercial farmer. How many of these devices he needs on his land to do his work and then to increase yields and a proper management of his
business? A farmer, so we take it in according to the size. So per hectare, which is 2 acres, he needs just 2 devices.
Could you say a bit about distribution in different parts of the country, depending on somebody orders, how to get it to them, on time? And then anything about literacy that one needs to manage the tech and repair and anything that come up.
Okay, I don't know the problem I'm having with Mike. Okay. Okay. What I'm saying is the way we are using to help these devices, we are working with some agents and also agronomists into like different areas in Rwanda that are helping us into extension and also trying to inform the farmers about our technologies. So we are using with those agents, but also we have the marketing agents.
So as we start, actually, I would add on that we are targeting the eastern part that is usually dry and some districts in the southern part. So the distribution channel isn't that high because farmers are locally placed together. We think we can currently handle it until we go further to the big customer size.
Can you add a few words on the maintenance of the tools? Once the farmers have them and there's an issue with it, is it free of charge? Who is going to maintain them? Where are the farmers going to bring them? Yeah.
It's us who will be providing the maintenance because our device normally has a lifespan of 5 years, but lifespan of 5 years without like having an issue. But also once a device has an issue, we'll be using our own technicians to go provide the maintenance.
Any further questions? Any further questions from the judges?
Maybe just a last question. I think this is a very good idea when you look at what you can do. You are collecting a lot of data. So if you are remotely using it, what do you have in place? Because if it's a remote area, rural farmers, how can they use those type of technology?
Well, thank you so much. Actually, the way they are controlling it remotely is that they doesn't have to have a smartphone, because we understand that farmers, the majority of them doesn't have smartphones, but they are using a SMS system, so they can trigger the system using an SMS, be like irrigate, then the system irrigate. Or be like information, then they get the daily information about moisture and temperature and evapotranspirator.
Any further questions?
No comment.
Right.
As a stream of revenue, what can you do to sell the information you have to add more revenue to your business? Think about this, because you can collect a lot. You have a lot of information you can collect, which can lead to other business opportunities for you.
Yeah,
okay?
Good point. Thank you so much.
Right. Anything further from the judges? Absolutely. A round of applause, please, for ForMoja. Up next, we have Ron. This gentleman is always smiling. I love it. He's always happy. The slides are ready. We have the ticker up. 5 minutes. Ron, take it away.
Okay. My name is Douglas, and we are digitizing the future. So I want you to imagine this. When you go to petrol station to fuel your car, what that petrol attendant will have to do at the end of the day is to account for the payment you made, the mode of payment you made. Imagine this petrol station attendant has to attend up to 100 customers. What will happen is that all these customers are using different modes of payment. Some are using cash, some are using cards, and some are using mobile money. So it will take him or her up to 6 hours to do manual reconciliation against all the transactions in the petrol station. So the problem with petrol stations is this paper-based process, which is very slow and is prone to errors. So when you look at the problem we are solving, it's not just a petrol station problem. It's a merchant problem. So which is what 700 billion Kenya shillings in Kenya alone. And we are estimating the specific niche we are starting, which is the petrol stations. We are estimating it to be 13 billion Kenya shillings, and we want to just target the 10% of that, which is worth 1.3 billion Kenya shillings. So our solution is a digital process automation solution. So we are going to be utilizing the smart meter. This smart meter, we are going to be reading real-time data on fuel consumption, and we are also going to be capturing the online payment system, which is the mobile money and card payment. We integrate that. We do automated reconciliation in our digital process automation platform. We save them up to 80% of their time. We reduce errors, and we increase the feasibility. So this is actually the digital process automation platform which we have built. This is only available to you, to the petrol station owner, when you log in, meaning you're already our customer. So this specific one is for monitoring the stock level. So you can see the opening stock there, the remaining stock, and actually we are going to be utilizing data to even tell them the number of days they still have so that they can plan and make orders in advance. So our competitive advantage is going to be data analytics, payment integration, and remote automation. All this is going to culminate into improving customer experience. The reason is we are taking the redundant and repetitive task of manual reconciliation away from the petrol station attendant so that they have a lot of time to focus on the most important person, and that is the customer. So at RON, everyone is on board. Beginning with the small petrol station that only have 1 pan and sell between 500 to 1,000 liters, they are going to pay us just $2 per day to do all that work for them. The large petrol station are going to pay us $10 per day, and we expect in our first quarter to make $900 US, and by the end of year 3, we are going to be making $1 million US. So key to this, as we go into the market, one thing that we found out in our research is that there are independent technicians who are maintaining these small petrol stations, and one of them is maintaining between 5 to 10 petrol stations. So we are going to incentivize that channel so that they can bring on board. We are going also to use referrals and marketing as well. So far we have a web platform. We have a working smart meter, which is unfortunately back there. and we have 5 clients we are onboarding, which they are ready to come on board. Oh, it's there. So this is the team that is doing all the work. Douglas, I'm PhD in electrical engineer. I have 5 years experience. I've done IoT. I'm going to be the CEO. Brian Mutai, who did BSc Electronic Computer Engineering, 5 years of experience in software, and he's the one developing the software. So we are here to ask for $10,000. This is going to move us from just providing monitoring and earning from subscription to even creating an ordering platform for these petrol station owners. One thing that came out clearly during our research is that these guys were telling us, can we be in a position to make orders through your platform? Yes, by second year, they'll be in a position to do that. So we are going to link them, the petrol station owners with truck drivers so that they can choose the truck drivers which are very affordable to them. And of course, we earn 5% commission on that. We are also going to introduce USSD payment for them. One of the problems with mobile money payment in Kenya is that they identified it as slow. And if you're a Kenyan, I know you don't like following someone in supermarket who is paying with mobile money. So join us as we revolutionize petrol station, as we take them forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well done, Ron. Over to you, judges, for questions and comments.
I'm curious about just who's paying for the product. Currently, it's the owner of the fuel station. Is there any potential in the supplier themselves, so the large fuel suppliers, in them buying it for their distributors, or just assuming the whole product itself and rolling it out?
Okay, initially, we are targeting the small petrol stations. But when we were doing a research, we did research with even the big petrol stations, the Shell, Rubies. We talked to their country directors. And it was very important because I was thinking they don't have that problem. So I talked to them and they have that problem. But initially, the one who are paying so far are going to be the petrol station owners. Yes.
Any further questions?
Just a follow-up on that, but why is that? You're seeing this problem, even the large
Exactly.
stations have it, but they're not willing to pay. Why is that?
Okay, they don't have the system currently. Yes, okay, most of these large petrol stations, I think the market of Africa is built differently. It's not like you see companies like Rubies, I think they have headquarters in France. If you look at FIFO, it's a worldwide company. But I think it's built differently. They don't have a lot of mobile money. Another thing, the issue of APIs, being in a position to integrate APIs, I think is quite recent, especially in these markets. Yes.
You had said that the market, you see this being applied to petrol stations for now, but it has potential to go far beyond. What is that far beyond? Give us a vision.
Okay. One thing that I look at, we were very intentional in using petrol stations. When you look at the smart meter we have, a smart meter for petrol stations is essentially a smart meter for water. The only difference is the materials being used, but the technology is the same. That's another area we are looking at. When you look at the other thing we are doing is that we are creating a specific, like account, like the way you open a Facebook account, it's specific to you. We are creating for these small businesses where there's a lot of non-consumption at the moment because they don't have website. So with that small account, they can be in a position to do their payment integration and their data analytics. So we are expanding the small other businesses. Yes, from petrol stations.
So are you saying that there's no competitor on the market? This is totally new?
Absolutely not. In Kenya, there are two companies who are doing, they call it forecourt automation, automating what is happening at front there. The other company mentioned a bit about data analytics, but none of them mentioned about payment integration. There is another company in Nigeria which is doing everything, payment integration and data analytics, and I know the market they are looking for is East Africa.
And hence?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the judges, comments? Right, a round of applause, please, for Ron. Before we take a little bit of a break, one last team, Credit Jumbo. Man from Musanze. There you go. Take a bow. Great. Focus in Mushi. Slides up, ticker on, team, take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mushi, and I'm here with my colleague Focus as co-founders at Credit Jumbo. Looking around the room, I believe the majority of us have tried once or twice to access financial services like loans from different financial institutions. The lucky ones get their requests accepted, the other ones rejected. But today, we're talking about people who do not have the privilege of even getting rejected. Like Olivier, a boda rider from Sanze, who earns about $10 a day. Unfortunately, he got over $70 in undeclared traffic tickets. He couldn't pay it. So police seized his motorcycle. He was given 7 days to pay up, or it will be auctioned off. But the problem is, unlike many of us here, he does not have collateral to secure a loan from a bank. And if he did, the process is too long and he doesn't have time. The other options available to him, they're very generic, and they provide unfavorable repayment terms. Mind you, there are over 2 million boda riders across East Africa, like Olivier, but we want to target 60,000 of them in Rwanda to learn and understand this problem at the deepest level. So, what are we doing so far?
We have 2 products on the market. Jumbo Mini, that serves for emergencies, like that Olivier, at 10% interest rate per month, and can be promoted to our second product, Jumbo Max, which has a lot of money, after demonstrating a good repayment behavior. And this money can be used by himself to pay school fees or even renewing insurance policy. We also have other 4 products to be unlocked as we scale.
That is interesting. Elaborate more.
So we are offering Olivier and other boda riders to have 24/7 access to loan services through dedicated USSD code with easy registration at affordable interest rate and with even income-tailored repayment scheme.
Keyword, income-tailored repayment system. Did you know that over 95% of defaulters cite unfavorable repayment terms as the reason why they defaulted? Yes. So we are providing our customers with an income-tailored repayment scheme to enable them to pay in small chunks so that it doesn't hurt their pockets. Additionally, we're working with different telecom companies to automate the repayment of the loans to eliminate involuntary defaulting. Additionally, we're looking at cooperating with reimagined cooperatives in Rwanda, especially in the boda community, to be able to offer different services in the future, like asset financing. So, how is it working so far?
So currently, in the last 3 weeks, we were able to have 11 active customers for Mini and 6 for Max, with 100% repayment rate. And honestly, we have 350 customers knocking and waiting our products.
350 customers waiting for our products. So this is why we come here asking for $10,000 to enable us to boost our product offerings and be able to upset our overheads. And we will be able to onboard 100 new customers every month with a 15% quarterly growth. So we're able to do this through different acquisition channels like referrals, branded materials, and we intend to unlock different Jumbo products with an aim to go to the accelerator program. The team behind this is Jackie, our CEO and fundraising strategist. Focus, our marketing and operations, because he's OCD. Myself, the finance guy, who makes sure that the numbers adds up. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we do what we do at Credit Jumbo. We want to bring financial services to people like Olivier, not only in Rwanda, but in the whole of Africa. Please, we invite you to join us to make this happen. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Judges, questions, comments? Over to you.
You gave us the number of how many customers you have, but you didn't tell us how much money already you have in terms of disbursement. How much?
So currently, we're offering loans averaging to $50 to $70. So multiplying the customers we have, we are basically running around $700.
Can you give us an idea about regulations? So what is needed for you to be allowed or to be permitted to offer these type of services?
Thank you. We are currently applying for the sandbox by the Central Bank in Rwanda, which will allow us to test our product without even, requiring the actual licensing. And we intend to basically, after the testing of our product, to even be able to get a license after that.
Can you also give us an idea of other similar services that exist here in Rwanda? Even if it's not targeting the boda directly, but for micro businesses, there are some of similar services, and what is the difference?
Thank you so much. So there are other people who are playing in this field, like MTN is doing that, but we found that the amount of money they are providing to the boda riders, it's not enough for them, and again, the repayment method is not accurate. For the microfinances or the SACCOs, the big problem that we mentioned is about the collateral requirement for the boda riders. And we know most of them, they don't have that collateral requirement. So there was no a way of providing them the loan without that collateral. So but Credit Jumbo, we are here to provide them those loans without those collateral requirements. Yeah.
Any further questions?
Yes, so lending is all about provision, and so how do you intend to cover that part to be sure that you remain liquid? And if I understood you right, you would like to have $7,000 from us to get started, so to say, right? Mm-hmm. So 70% is going to be used for this, for lending at the beginning. Obviously not a huge amount, so how do you intend to build capital moving forward?
Yes, just to clarify, we're asking for 10,000, of which 70% will go into our loan offerings. And to the question now around raising more capital, part of our team is, we have Jackie, who has been into impact, driven institutions like UN and MasterCard, and she will help us raise more capital going forward.
Right. Any more questions and comments? Right.
Can you say one thing about the collection part? I know you said that the reimagined circle would guarantee, but how would you, if there's a default, how would you go about getting money back?
Yes. So some of us, especially Rwandans, are well aware about the demolishing of these cooperatives, especially in the boda community. So before, they used to act as guarantors on behalf of their members to get loans from banks or even different financial institutions. So what they used to do is basically make a promise that if this person doesn't pay up, we'll be able to refund you from the savings they have kept with them. So when they come back with proper policy and structure, it will even make it easier for us to get our money back.
Any further questions? Comments from the judges? Right, a round of applause. And Focus here happens to be a very good dancer, by the way, and we have video evidence to prove it. Right, so ladies and gentlemen, 8 down, 8 to go. We have been in and out of different industries, from mental health to games to sports to gas stations, and so we are going to take a break, stretch our limbs a bit, grab some coffee, refreshments on the side here. So they're going to draw the curtains. So and then we come back for the second for the second group of presentations. So thank you very much. Be back in 15 minutes. We're going to be very punctual on time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. If we can take our seats, please. Ladies and
We have about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, everybody. 3 minutes only. And we head back to the hall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please let's take our seats. We have 1 minute. We have 1 minute to get back on track. Please let's take our seats. Calling this back in order. Please let's take our seats. Please let's take our seats, please. We're about to draw the curtains into the break area. You ready? Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Hervé. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We're back for the second installment of our ventures. We're kicking off presentations. Hope you enjoyed the refreshments. And the first venture, Mulika Farms, should be making their way onto the stage. Gentleman there, Hervé. Right, so same format. We're right on time. Excellent. Thank you very much for keeping time, everyone. Please let's settle down, those still coming in. Before we get started, please let's be some order in the back. Thank you very much. Right, Mulika Farms ready? Take it away.
Hello. So agriculture today is the backbone of our livelihoods and economies. However, the farmer himself or herself is still the definition of poverty in Rwanda and Africa at large. This is happening where, for example, in Rwanda, the sector is grossing over 3 billion annually, and we've never recorded the food prices at an all-time high like before. So 2 months ago, we went to understand the challenges that the farmers are facing while accessing these markets. We found that 93% of them have never managed to take these crops by themselves to the market due to the lack of market information and especially know the market available. As a result, they end up selling to the middlemen who find them on side roads or in their farms. Subsequently, they end up losing up to 55% of the value of the product to these middlemen out of the fear of losing the harvest loss, and just because if they go to there, they will just be able not to do whatever they're supposed to do. And then we went on. We're dealing with the market size of 3.1 billion of the Rwanda agri-market, but we want to narrow it down to understand the Rwanda northern belt of Rulindo, Gakenke, Musanze, Nyabihu, and Rubavu to better be able to implement our solution. Leon, how are we going to go about the solution?
So we realize the first thing farmers don't want is another middleman. So our approach is we want to empower the farmer to become a business himself by giving him direct access to market information with transparency. In doing this, we're going to cut down the supply chain so that the farmer can sell directly to the market without the need of the middleman. To facilitate this, we're going to provide them with logistical supports since small-scale farmers are not able to take their produce to larger markets. So this is how we see the future. Our farmer will be able to log on the platform, put in the information about their produce, like the type, quantity, quality, price, GPS location, and post on the platform. Now, our buyers in the markets like Kimirongo and Kigali will be able to see all the information and be able to buy directly from the platform without the need of any other arrangements. So, building the mobile app takes time. So, to test the market, get traction, we started with a website. Our website is going to collect information about the farmers, such as their contacts, type of crops they do, area they used for cultivation, and the expected time of harvest. So during harvest time, our buyer will contact us, since we know where the farmer is, and when they're harvesting, we're going to connect them so they can sell directly. So by using our platform, the farmer will be able to harvest when they already have a buyer.
So this is where we stand out. Only in 3 weeks ago, we managed to onboard 200 farmers and 30 buyers. We successfully concluded a transaction of 17.5 tons of potatoes and 1.1 tons of pigs, which amounted to a transaction worth more than $10,000 US. We applied the 4.5 internal commission for company revenue. And today, if we keep on implementing our system today, we see ourselves transacting 3,000 tons of produce in the coming year with an incurred cost of 35%, which will be leaving us with a profit of $34,000 US. But that's not the future. This is the future where this transaction, the farmer by himself, be able to do it without the need of anybody. With the new automatic system, we see ourselves transact 12,000 tons of produce, which amount to 230,000, and we will be able to generate a revenue of $1.6 million in the coming 3 years, but only that's a drop in the bucket, which represents 6% of our target market. And these are the crazy guys who are going to just do it for you guys. Take the farmer. I'm the LV, the finance, have a background in finance and also strategies. We have the technical guy and our software developer, and we need 10,000. So Leon, what do we need 10,000 for?
So we need the 10,000 to build the app, finish it up, install payments, so that the farmer can be able to get paid directly when the transaction is made. With this 10,000, we're going to build in logistical supports, because one of the reasons farmers can't sell is that they cannot be able to feed a whole truck. So the farmers who has like 500 kilograms will be able to ship it to Kigali without having to wait for a food truck. We can also include storage units for the farmers who are not able to sell the whole thing, so they can store their stuff there as they wait for farmers. Thank you.
Well done, well done. Mulika Farms, well done. Over to the judges for questions and comments, please.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a huge pleasure to see all these solutions that you're bringing to, that will allow inclusion for the communities that have less access to digital and payment system and so on. Can you kind of take me through? I'm a farmer. I have a very small harvest. What does that all mean to me? Do I need internet? Take me through as a farmer.
So at the moment, with our website, So we have information about you as a farmer, and we have the information about the buyer. So when the buyer contacts us, because we know when you're harvesting, we call you like, hey, are you ready to harvest? Because you have a buyer. So if we have like 500 and the next one has like 1 ton, that's how we are able to get the whole system together, so even the small-scale farmers can get their product to the market.
So is it like a call center that will be calling the farmers, and updating information, informing the farmer that there's a buyer, or?
So with the app, the farmer himself is going to put the information on the platform, so that's going to be done automatically. What we did, as we didn't want to wait for the app to be developed, we wanted to see if the farmer are willing to use our platform. That's why we're kind of using, like you said, something like a call center. But in the future, when it's automated in the next 3 months, they'll be able to put in their produce themselves to the platform.
Okay.
In simple terms, they will need internet and a smartphone, as you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And then if I'm a seller, I'm in Kimirongo market, I have my stand, I go to your platform and I see where I can get what. And then how does the merchandise get to my place of...
So, that's very simple for us because we have an internally on-demand delivery service on the transactions that are completed between the buyer and the farmer. And one key thing for quality assurance, we also have some of our employees, we call agents, that work with the farmers by themselves where they are to ensure that the qualities that the farmers are posting and the quantities that are posting that are actually accurate so that the buyer don't have any inconveniences when they're trading with each other.
Yeah. Okay. So moving forward, so you're selling a platform or you're selling both, inclusive the whole logistic that comes with it?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay. There are similar solutions on the market. Can you say something about it? And then I let my peers also say.
Similar the solutions that are on the market, they're mostly like middlemen. They usually buy and sell. We're not doing that. Because what they're doing, if you buy, you have to put in a large markup for you to make profit. So that's why that's the issue. And what we saw on the market, that they're targeting, they are retails. They're targeting like homes. Ours is the suppliers at the Kimirongo market or Kimihura, that they're going to go out and do retails themselves. That's the difference.
Yeah, I do agree. Thank you. I do agree that this solution is not only relevant, but also that it exists in the market. Okay. And I think one concern I have is limiting your total addressable market to these 3 provinces, or this one area of Rwanda, as opposed to from the very beginning, at least being countrywide, if not regional. Yeah, you'll tell me in just a minute why you made that decision. And the other one is really around, since the solution exists in the region, and there's some people who are doing very well with it, it might increase your speed to market to just partner with them and be maybe their Rwanda expansion arm, so that you're not learning all those lessons afresh.
Yeah. Number one thing, that's why we had a slide to clarify that we don't do the traditional middleman, because as he's saying, they buy and sell. For us, we bring in the farmers himself to the market by himself to be able to trade himself with the Kimirongo buyer without the need of anybody else. We don't even have to involve, we just provide them a platform to do so. And of course, as we keep learning from those that are working already, the mistakes that are doing, what they're doing wrong, because what we will be doing in the past 2 months, and what we came up with is from the learnings, from what they went wrong while implementing this. That's why we think we can make it happen.
Okay. And why the region choice?
The region choice, that's where the high frequency, especially focusing on the potato and vegetables.
And you just ran out of time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Clearly there's interest. You can talk after. Very well done. Thank you. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you very much. Very well done. Very well done. Right. So coming up on stage, we have a team that mirrors the composition of the judges. 1 gentleman and 3 ladies. Team Kuza up on stage, looking very nice, I must say. Right, Team Kuza. Ready? Take it away.
At Kuza, we realize manufacturing is the leeway to unlocking Africa's economic potential. We are an industry-specific hub striving to increase the manufacturing value of Africa from 1.9%. In Rwanda, we are in the textile industry. Our journey started with Kami, a made-in-Rwanda designer with 5 tailors. Her cost of production is very high because suitable workshops are few and expensive, and she has to train her tailors every time she hires them. Not accessing the type of fabric she wants limits her creativity and the quality of her products. When her products are ready, she then sells them in a limited local market, leading to slow returns. Kami is one of the 88,000 designers and tailors who go through this every day. They form the $77 million market size and is growing at a rate of 20.46%. This provides a massive opportunity for Kuza to take 8% of this by 2024.
Introducing Kuza Kigali Hub. We're a center for creativity, innovation, and collaboration. We provide an end-to-end solution where a person can come in with an idea and leave with a final product in one simple step. We support the Made in Rwanda brand by offering workshops where people can learn and create together. We offer business development and product design coaching. We supply them with a variety of fabric and accessories, and at the very end, allow them to sell at our physical and online retail store, which expands their market reach. In blue is our ample workspace. In pink, you can see our strategically positioned design rooms, and in purple, our retail shop. We are competitive in this space because we offer collaborative innovation as well as a low investment option for our customers. So far, within 2 weeks, we have been able to secure 2 facilities, one in Kenya, the other in Rwanda, have secured 4 partnerships, onboarded 5 members, and are in the process of onboarding 70 more, 18 of which we plan to close within the next 2 weeks.
Our customer acquisition strategy leverages community marketing, where we employ tactics such as storytelling to solidify relationships within our community. Now, Kuza has 4 revenue streams, the main one being a membership plan, which accounts for 50% of our total revenue. Now, you might be asking yourselves, aren't we landlords? Ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you're asking, you're correct. But we're not just landlords. We have far much more value to offer. We relieve our customers' burden of sourcing for raw materials by bringing it closer to them. Additionally, we expose them to a wider market through our online and physical store, where we sell their beautiful Made in Rwanda products, just like what we are wearing today on stage. Finally, we empower them with skills through our courses. Now, this revenue model should allow us to hit our revenue target of $155,000 by the end of year 2. Now, as you can see, our revenue steadily grows. Let me tell you why. In quarter 1, we are at full capacity at our Kuza Kigali Hub. In quarter 2, we have increased the number of our paying customers by 30%. In year 1, we have introduced new products. And in year 2, we launch our second hub in Musanze.
We are the best team to carry forth this mission. We are guided by a shared vision. We are empowered by our diverse skill sets, and we are obsessed with our customers. Our future as a company is to grow from hubs to factories. In year 3, we are launching our Kuza textile manufacturing plant. In fact, we are exploring an opportunity to operate a silks factory in the Kigali Special Economic Zone as we speak. And remember our facility in Kenya? It is currently being used as our import and export base for our Made in Rwanda clothes. So we ask for $10,000, which will provide the runway necessary to fully operate our Kigali Kuza hub. Thank you so much. We invite you to disrupt this market together.
Excellent. Brilliant. and looking good while doing it. Brilliant, absolutely. Judges, over to you. Questions, comments? Who wants to go first? Kingsley? Right.
Sorry, for the sake of time, I'll ask a half-baked question. I'm concerned just about strategic creep around the landlord piece, providing textile. You have your textile manufacturing. You're finding access to market. You're the landlord. So I'm concerned about how many things are happening. If there's a thought about specialization to focus on one piece, is it an investigation to find what's most lucrative and focus on one? Or what's your experience of juggling all those activities?
I can build on it. I think linked to that is the idea of defining the problem very, very tightly. Because is it really about helping these tailors consolidate and find a route to market? There seems to be a social enterprise aspect where you're adding in collaboration and then working with many outsourced people, which if you're really trying to just get to manufacturing, maybe you just employ these people and we all move on. So it sounds like there's a lot going on and it needs to be much tighter so that we know what problem we're solving and can support that. The financial part is very good because it does have diverse income streams, but I think that's partially because of the very broad vision. Maybe you can clarify a bit.
Thank you so much for your questions. On the first point of why is the space encountering so many parts, it's really because we're trying to get from the entire value chain, from the point they're accessing a raw material to the point of a final product. And the reason we don't want to do it ourselves is because we believe that manufacturing is the future of Africa. And we want other people to be empowered to do that. And so by offering them a space where they can interact with the entire value chain with our guidance is really where we're trying to go. Thank you so much. I believe I have answered the question.
Right. Any more questions? Judges, comments?
So it sounds like ecosystem building is a key part of the vision. Anything about government partnerships? I know you mentioned the special economic zone. You mentioned the plant in Kenya. Just say more about partnerships with DFIs, with government, anything around that.
Yes, thank you very much. We are actually in conversation and have formed partnerships with the Rwanda Association of Manufacturers, which in itself is a small team. So we see that even across the continent, the associations are still small but growing. And of course, with established designers and experts in the field who will provide and help us strengthen the value chain. As well, in addition to that, the opportunity we mentioned of operating the silks factory, it's a silks factory that was established here in Rwanda in 2019, but it fell in 2020. So as we speak, the four of us are in line to bid to operate that silks factory. And we're very excited that with the $10,000, we can set up our hub and immediately go to factories. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions?
You spoke about the problem of affordability in your products. Can you tell us what affordable means and what expensive means in your grid?
Thank you very much for your question. So in terms of expensive, currently how the workshops are made, they're not made with the manufacturers in mind. The designers that are a persona, they have more than 10 tailors or less that require a specialized space. But the current landlords, they don't have that sort of space. So the ones they have to modify, leading to it being expensive. That's what we mean by expensive. And then out there, the tailors, they have to train them every time. And after they get the skills, they might leave them. That also adds to their expense. Yes.
Any further questions? Still have time, 50.
Yes.
2.
Not really a question. First of all, you look amazing. You're really beautiful. I want to kind of come back to what my peers have said. Try to focus. Running a factory, running a silk factory, with all the production, funding a market, all the administration that comes with it. And I guess you haven't done that in the past. You don't have experience in that. And at the same time, running such an incubation, those are two huge businesses. And it's great, this huge ambition that you have Focus it. Do one thing, learn with it, and then add the next and add the next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are ready.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Round of applause for Kuza. Thank you so much. On his way to the stage, on their way to the stage, sorry, we have Liz and Boniface representing Farm Sky. Team Farm Sky in the agricultural space, are you ready? Take it away.
Better profits, low risk. Better profits, low risk, and an insurance cover for your investment. What prevents you from putting your money in the agricultural space?
It's interesting that most times when you mention investments, rarely would someone mention the agricultural space in any conversation. Most will go with money market funds, someone will tell you buy your bonds, and every other thing except the agricultural sector. Interestingly, this market in the sub-Saharan Africa has a demand for $240 billion. We are only being able to meet $60 billion as of now, leaving a gap of $180 billion. FarmSky is here to show you how you're going to onboard on this $180 billion.
Now, a little bit just to take you back in terms of what our research revealed. So when we talk to different farmers across the continent, through the organizations they work with, as well as in Kenya, we identify the poor production optimization, as well as lack of proper input, created a huge risk that made the space less attractive, and that's why a lot of people don't want to go into it. What we do as FarmSky is we have created an investment tool that allows us to conduct portfolio analysis and only create profitable portfolios that investors can channel their money into. Additionally, we have a segment of risk management that allows farmers to optimize production within the portfolios, increasing their income, but also at the same time, when issues like drought strike, we have a crop insurance cover that ensures that you as an investor, you never have to worry about the risk. Now, this is what the portfolio analysis looks like. As an investor, when you come on the platform, we have done all the work for you as FarmSky. And you can just be able to identify different portfolios, do comparisons, identify which one has a better rate of return, what's the risk in it. At the same time, you will also be able to know how much you need to invest, how long it will take you to recoup your investment, and all you need to do is channel your money into it.
The African market that is available for us is $313 billion. In Kenya, this is $8 billion. FarmSky doesn't want a big percentage, only 30%, which makes $2.4 billion. See that market? You can come onto that market. I'm still selling it, guys. Still selling it.
Now, actually, we recognize that we are not alone in this space, okay? Companies like Asili Africa, companies like Apollo Agriculture, and companies like Thrive Agric is showing you today that it's actually lucrative to invest in that space. What sets us apart from them, though, is we only build portfolios so that investors don't have to struggle with all the analysis that happens. That is the difference, and that is what will make your life easy as an investor.
You must be wondering, 3 months, what have they been doing? I'll tell you. We currently have 2 pilot projects that we're already handling. One is a 20-acre farm, watermelon farm that we partnered with a farmer who previously only did 3 acres annually. Now, we have given him a 20-acre project to handle, and I can promise you he's smiling. We also just currently locked a $6,000 project, with which we're going to be awarding a farmer based on the portfolio we're able to create with that. On the wait list, we actually have investors who are willing to put forward $26,500, and farmers who are willing to partner with us for 158 acres.
So go-to-market strategy is simple. We do analysis on our platform. You as an investor, you come on the platform, you identify which profitable portfolios exist, and at the same time, we create partnerships on the back end with off-takers to make sure that whatever we produce on these portfolios gets sold. This is what sets us up for scale in 2024. Now, using a revenue model where we are charging 5% on each portfolio investment, we are doing 2% immediately the investment is done. Then we're doing the rest, which is unlocked after the investment has been achieved. This assures you as an investor that we walk the entire journey with you. And using that model, our revenue projections in year one is 28,000, and this increases to 238,000 by year three.
The team is going to comprise myself, who has a background in operations, and I'm actually a farmer. Boniface was an early alumni. At the same time, he has experience in the startup world, in the agri-tech, and we have one of our actuarial consultants who helps us with building the system.
So we ask you today to commit $10,000 that will go towards building 200 portfolio and allow us convert the investors on the wait list.
There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well done, well done. Well, you can do better than that on applause. Come on. Right, over to the judges for questions and comments, please. All busy taking notes?
I think my question really, or my concern really goes back to the idea of focus. It sounds like you're doing the execution of the investment, you're actually doing the farming, and then on the other side of the business, you have the investment managers, the portfolio from the financial point of view management. It sounds to me like two different skill sets with different sets of risks. And I also wonder whether the problem you're solving is financing for the farmers or actually a gap in the investment portfolio for the investors. The first one I think is a problem. The second, I'm not sure there's investors out there saying, I really want to get into this space. I wonder what your research revealed.
Okay, all right. So let me start with, as I mentioned earlier, I think right now what we're looking at is investors feel uncomfortable. That's why they don't want to invest, right? So to be able to unlock the gap that we're having is that we need to build, what we're looking at is building an investment system, right? So it's a risking system, which means on the back end, currently, we're working with farmers, get their data on the platform, do the analysis. Once you've done the analysis, you can come and just see a pipeline of portfolios as investors, right? So it's almost counterintuitive that the only way we unlock that investment to come in is that we have to address the investor's problem.
And to add on to that, in regards to the management of the whole project, the reason why it's two-faced is because as we are looking at the investor, we also want to assure them there's, we run the operations to give them security because we also handle the risk on our end through insurance as well, like you mentioned. So I, with a background in operations and farming, I have a clear outline on how to work with farmers, while he actually has a background in investorship, which actually helps him onboard the investors. So it creates a balance where we are able to actually run the program at the same time, and at the same time assure the farmer that he's getting funding, while he ensures the investor that his money is going to come back.
And then followed up on that, where does this transaction fee come in, and how much is it?
Yes, so I said 5%. But what we're doing, and I think you've seen a lot of issues where investors lose money. It's because sometimes for a lot of these funds that come in, we tend to lose focus as soon as that money comes in. So even though we're doing 5% of the investment, we are splitting it into the first phase where we're getting the 2%. That is as soon as the investor channels the money. The 3% is unlocked at the end of the investment period.
Right. Any more questions?
Why melons and pita? Shouldn't you diversify the portfolio for the investors to feel more comfortable?
Definitely. We will actually, we are looking to go to all crops that are possible. In fact, even possibly go into livestock, if it's possible to sell a few goats by December. But the thing is, when we are looking at it now, when we were starting off, it's a pilot project. And because of funds and how we were running the program, we started this when we were validating the problem that we had. So we decided to go on the watermelon because that's the first farmer we could reach to. And then we decided, let's first look at this as we also grow to expand. So the 10,000 will come in handy in this situation because we are looking to do variety. And I can promise you, we are waiting for your money.
There you go. Very clear on what the problem here is. All right. Any more questions? Judges? Any more comments? Right. Thank you very much. Sorry.
So the addressable market, how we calculated it is, generally on the African region, we just looked at the agri-tech sector, okay? But now on the market that we're looking to capture, we went much further to now look at what's the investment market itself in terms of what the demand is against what available market currently and its growth over the years. Because in 2021, they're saying it would go to 1 trillion. So we're using that to do the calculation.
Right.
Okay, we don't have touch time. You just talk about offtake. You mentioned you're the one finding the offtake for the farmer. Just any challenges there, concerns about another thing you then have to think about.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so to respond, I think is on our go-to-market strategy, I said part of it is partnerships. So partnerships is, we don't want to handle the off-taking part, but we do understand that there are already existing off-takers. That includes export providers as well as commercial kitchens. We can draw contracts with them to off-take. So we're not really handling that.
Yeah. Excellently done. Very well done. And it doesn't matter what day of the week it is, this gentleman will be in a suit. Absolutely. Coming up on stage, Team Tibu, Vera and Amina. Applause, please. Come on, guys. Representing Team Tibu, Vera and Amina. Ready? Go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Tibu. In 2021, I had a very emotional year. I was moving from one hospital to the next with my mom as we looked for treatment for cancer. You see, we had very long stays in the hospitals. There was a lot of tests to be done and a lot of waiting time as she took her chemotherapy. As you all know, when you're sick, your appetite goes low. It's worse when you're taking chemotherapy. And that's what I saw with my mom. She could not be able to consume anything but juices. And the irony of this story is that in the same hospitals where the nutritionists and the doctors were advising us to take healthy juices and natural food as much as possible, they did not have something that they could serve in their kiosks. And the best alternative they had, which was not always there, were natural juices that were chilled or frozen, and she could not consume that as well. Furthermore, we could not tell how long they've been there waiting for us. You could say, why didn't we carry fruits or juices from home? But you see, fresh juices, they oxidize, they lose the taste and also the nutrients. And so I wondered, is this just our problem, or is it something that is affecting other people? You see, health enthusiasts lack an alternative, a healthy alternative in a world where the carbonated drinks and high sugar juices have become a way of life. And so this story set me up on a journey. I went into the industries to find out how they're manufacturing their juices. And what I found is very high sugars were in our juices, which had artificial flavors and colors. And I thought to myself, I have the knowledge to work on it, and I found people who had the same thinking as me, worked with very experienced food scientists, came up with 6 samples of different juices, which are natural in every sense, made of all natural ingredients, actually made of whole fruit, natural preservatives, no colors, no flavors added. And that's what we did. And we have actually distributed that to our target market. You see, the benefits of these juices is that they increase the immunity, not just for sick people, but generally. You remember during COVID season, it was not easy to access fresh fruits, and our juice would have been the perfect option because it can stay for long and you have it through the season. You're still going to get the same benefits in the sense that the juices are available to you throughout the seasons and the region. The health, the convenience of also carrying them around, of carrying the juices around, we can for sure tell that the future is in packed food. Our uniqueness is that they're made of whole fruit, so they're very natural, the preservatives are natural, low in sugar, and they're also fortified with probiotics, unlike other juices that are in the market. Our progress so far is that we have secured a production site at Kildi where we're going to be making our samples. We've sent them to KEBS for certification that is coming at the end of this month, and we have distributed the samples to our target market. We are already receiving pre-orders. And Amina will take you through the go-to-market.
So we're looking to go to wholesale because we find the convenience of our product so that the restaurants and people like schools don't have to actually blend fresh juices as our strategy to market. And our financial projections, we're looking to make at least a 24% growth in Q1, which is about 700,000 Kenyan shillings. And we see a projection of a 10% growth every quarter that will lead us to at least making 36 million by year 3. The market size that we're targeting in the global market is 141 billion in fruits juice consumption. We're planning to take the Kenyan market, which is 263 million US dollars. The able-bodied team of Vera and I, Vera is a food scientist, I bring the marketing, and we have Anne Murugi, who's going to be validating our quality production. And we are asking for 10,000. This 10,000 US dollars is going to help us set up our production plant with Kirdi in Kenya, and this will allow us to produce what we need to produce. We envision having the accelerator by quarter 3 that will give us a 75, that will allow us to have our own processing plant, will increase the quality and the quantity and get into the IGAD market.
Well done, right on time. Amina doesn't actually need a mic. All right, excellent. Let's go to the questions and comments from the judges who have the product in front of them, able to sample as well. Over to you.
Thank you, ladies. I can't wait to taste the juice.
Welcome.
And yeah, I believe there is definitely a huge issue of sugar, especially for young kids. So what we feed our children today is always what we wish it should be. Can you take us through the pricing when you compare your product compared to the existing products on the market in terms of pricing? And probably there is a reason why not so many people was using these juices. So what is the barrier that makes it not a common thing that people make these very fresh and healthy juices? Thank you.
Okay, so we are entering the market with the 500 ml size. And the reason being that we do not want to put it in a very big quantities because it's a new product. When we were doing our market research, we found that people were not actually considering price when they are choosing their product. They were more on the kind of fruits they want, and they just wanted a healthy option. But to say that we are still thinking of our customers in terms of prices. We want to give them something that is slightly affordable than what is available in the market. We'll be doing our distributorship on, it's a B2B kind of setup, so we're giving wholesale prices at 70 for the 500 ml. And then the wholesale, the recommended price is at 95. We see the other market prices that juices in the market that say that they are healthy, they are selling at 90 shillings for the same size. The unhealthy ones, we can say, are mostly carbonated drinks. Those are the ones that are very accessible. And the others are actually just artificial drinks. Everything is artificial. The only natural thing in them is water. It's just sugar, which is also artificial. It's not the natural sugar, artificial colors and flavors. So everything is just fake, to say the least. It's only the water that is real. And yet, they want to give the same prices or give show as they are giving competitive prices, but what they're giving you is actually diseases, lifestyle diseases.
All right, next question.
I'm wondering about the market, whether the reason why, the carbonated drinks and the fake
lifestyle disease drinks are doing very well is because the market is not yet aware or does not appreciate. I know there's some who do, but I'm wondering if that is a small sliver of the larger market, which means you might have an uphill task with market education and getting people to really understand. The second question is around the preservation technology that you've described so eloquently. Is it something that's easily replicable? Are you going to open the market for other people and then they can easily, because you don't have a patent or anything like that, easily compete with you? Then the third one is around distribution. Is there a way to shorten your learning curve so that you rely on something else that somebody already has? And finally, the same with the processing plant. Could you do contract manufacturing or use somebody else's facility so that you're not also learning how to build a factory as you're learning all these other things?
Okay, thank you for your questions. For the last question, we are actually planning to partner with Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Since they have a whole network, it will allow us to actually get more of the learnings on what we can do to shorten our whole process. And then that will allow us also to know, are there places we can leverage? Are there places we can actually shorten other processes? Is there a better way to do it? And thank you for actually mentioning the patent, because we hadn't really considered that per se, because we wanted to understand what are legal implications, what can we not patent, what can we do, not do in a legal space. So we are hoping to have an answer to that before the end of this program. And for the first question is?
The market sophistication.
We realized during our research that, yes, we do have an uphill task in marketing the whole juice thing, but more so, there's actually a operational part of it. We realized that the KEBS in Kenya actually has a minimum of the sugars and whatever you actually end up calling healthy. So we want to be able to grow big enough and have our networks help us regulate, like tell them, you're putting something that is saying healthy, but technically it's not as healthy as we would like it to be. Could you amend the regulations? So we are hoping to leverage that.
And to add on to that, we also want to partner with big companies to give them pulp so that they can package the juices as we produce the healthy juices for them.
Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. Out of time. Team Tibu. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Coming up on stage is Ria, Priscilla, and Soinato. Going back to the agricultural space. There we go. Please remember to hold your mics so we can all hear you. Great. All right, go.
Good afternoon. We are RIA, a soil health management company.
See, smallholder farmers fail to soil test and end up using the wrong pre-planting inputs because they lack access to affordable, convenient, and timely soil testing services. Take Farmer Joe, for example. He is among 87% of farmers who have soil tested once and never soil tested again, despite experiencing higher yields and more revenue based off the recommendations they got from soil testing. Soil testing is important. This is because it informs on the status of your soil, which dictates what crops could grow in that region, and also what fertilizers you need to use to grow your crops.
Now, what does this all mean? Essentially, 3.6 million tons of yield is being lost per season, resulting in $30 billion in revenue being lost per year, and 21% loss in soil fertility. Overall, this means that there's damage to the ecosystem because farmers do not know what is missing in their soil.
We worked with stakeholders and smallholder farmers to tailor a solution to this problem. So, we are offering on-site soil testing and real-time delivery of results and recommendations to ensure that soil testing is timely, convenient, and accessible. We have packaged this in the RIA AgriPad. It utilizes sensor technology to analyze for nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, pH, soil moisture, and temperature, all factors that are considered when you're tailoring recommendations for fertilizers and crop growth. This data is sent into our database where it is analyzed and recommendations are generated and then sent back to the farmer if they have a smartphone on the RIA app and if they have a feature phone through USSD. So it works in 3 easy steps. 1, you insert the device into the swell, you test, you press the on button, it tests, and then it will upload into a system and then sends back the recommendations to the farmer, and it makes the farmers very happy.
Yes. So what does the market look like? Well, there is $313 billion available in the African smallholder agricultural market size, and in Kenya, this is at $22.8 billion. We hope to set up in Kenya, and hopefully we can expand to other countries in the region. Now, this is our business model. How are we making money? Essentially, we have 3 different products that we are selling. The first one is a one-time user, in which we are selling the device solution at $15 per acre. The second one is a seasonal package, in which we have the basic plan at $12 per acre, the premium plan at $13 per acre, in which we are having addition of agronomy support. Finally, we hope to launch our product sales, in which we will be selling the device at $800 per unit, in which we will have recommendation subscriptions at $2.
So far, we have worked with 180 smallholder farmers to develop this device. We have run a pilot on 45 smallholder farmers and entered into 1 partnership, all in just 6 weeks from market research.
So this is what our competition looks like. Now, REA, compared to our competition, is different in the fact that we're providing convenience through cell testing on-site and speed and recommendations in real time. These are our projections. So you will see a significant increase in revenue in our first year when we are introducing our product sale, in which we will be selling the the product at $800 per unit. And we are hoping to have 5,000 users on board in the first year, resulting in $86,000 in revenue. And by year 3, we hope to be having projected revenues of $334,000.
This is the amazing team that will make this happen. My able co-founder, Soinato Lebor, an MBA, astute marketer, 4 years experience running startups, and I'm a soil scientist, currently an MSc biotechnology candidate and 5 years experience in management. We have a software and electrical engineer, Lambe, and our resident agronomist, Mulika Farms. We're asking for $10,000 to help us develop our prototype version 2, to launch the RIA app, and for customer acquisition. You see, as a company, we believe in changing the lives of Farmer Joe. We believe in economic empowerment of smallholder farmers, sustainable food production, and also environmental conservation. Join us to make this vision happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right on time. Very well done. Very well done. Right, moving on to comments and questions from the judges.
Maybe for the sake of everybody, this is the device. So, oops, I don't want to break it. Actually, the question, the type, you developed it yourself, or is it someone else's idea?
We developed this ourselves. I personally worked with the engineer. Do not flip it. It's still a prototype. Yeah, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, should have been tap locked. We will tap lock it after this. So, yeah, we designed this concept as a team. We have worked with our engineer to iterate continuously as we ran our pilot to ensure that it's working perfectly. We have tested it on farms, had experience working with farmers, had the farmers try it out and receive the recommendations so that we can understand what actually works for them in terms of soil testing.
Yeah, that brings us to the question of patent. So is the engineering behind? Is it something you developed yourself? Did it have been an option to source those products from elsewhere and just help the farmers or offer it to the farmers? So what is the kind of product development idea behind it?
So currently we're working with the Kenya Bureau of Standards in order to figure out how we can patent it and also be up to regulation. But we also are really trying to get the money in order to prototype it and move it to the next stage in which we can probably add more value and provide more value to the farmer.
Any further questions?
The subscription fees, were those per year or per month?
The subscription fee is per acre. So we have one-time users. So for a one-time user, this is somebody who comes to us for the first time. They pay $15 per acre to have their soil tested. On the subscription model, you are linked into our app. We create a profile for you so that you can see the status of your soil between periods, and then you pay $12 per acre per sampling. So in the model, you would have the opportunity to enter how many times you would like to soil test. For example, if you're a horticultural farmer and you have planting every single month, then you would be planting every single month. So you have a profile where you enter how often you actually soil test and pay according to that. But the price is just per acre, which is per sampling.
Okay. In all your photos, Farmer Joe looks so happy, and here I can see he's your best friend. So, is this really a pain point for him? Like when you consider fertilizers, inputs, weather, everything, is this something that he worries about most, and do most of them at the smallholder level really understand the productivity gains from this?
So essentially, us as REA, we're really trying to work on soil health management, in which we're trying to build a culture with smallholder farmers in order to increase their yield, which is the most important thing, actually. So we're doing this also by trainings, in which we will be able to teach them on how important soil health management is, but also we are providing access to such a device in which they would have had so many hurdles in order to reach such a solution.
Would you consider working with, because government extension services really understand this, could that be a distribution channel that is faster and will get you to market quicker?
Yes, that's actually our go-to-market strategy. We plan to work to have partnerships with cooperative society, county agricultural extension offices, and also non-governmental companies that work to help smallholder farmers and facilitate increase of yield, because we believe in sustainable food production.
We'll also be partnering with AgroVet in order to access these farmers more ahead of time, because essentially they're going to the AgroVets in and out in order to get the right input. So why can't we tap into that market as well?
Any further questions from the judges?
I mean, it's not a question, it's a comment. I really like the idea of going through outgrowers, agrovets, extension services, government, and I think you'll find just the revenue options are so numerous. It may not be a clear pain point for every individual farmer that they're aware of, but at that next level, it's a huge problem. I think secondly, we talked about data. I think it was your feedback, Dr. Carmen, just the data that comes out of suddenly understanding the soil content or the soil qualities across regions, farms, countries will be very valuable.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Interesting things happening. Applause, please. Very well done, very well done. Thank you so much, Priscilla Soinato. Making their way to the stage right now, we have Luna Chibudu. Right, this Chibudu happens to be the cohort's MC and events person, so absolutely. So we're up, and you ready?
Yes, sir.
Go.
This is Luna, a woman's brand. Now, you have no business serving women if not Luna certified, and we're here to tell you why.
Meet Winnie Owemana. She's 32 years old. She's a single mother, and she owns a small fashion house in town. She lives in Katiru, and in most of her time, she's spending a lot of time designing clothes to satisfy her customers.
We highlight Winnie's story due to one thing. Winnie's always taking some form of transportation from a place of work, going home on a daily basis. However, on this day, she took a bike. On the ride, The rider kept on asking her uncomfortable questions. Hey baby, how you doing? Do you live alone? Etc. Which made her uncomfortable. When she got home and paid with mobile money, the rider saved this number and continued pestering her. This led to her getting frustrated and blocking him.
The most craziest thing is that Winnie's story is not just her alone. 59% of women between 18 and 40 have experienced these horrifying scenarios of groping, assault, harassment, and sometimes leading to physical violence, of beating them and raping them. And in our research, in the focus group with these women, an average woman like Winnie is taking about 12 trips a week, to which 2% of them put them at risk.
2%? Imagine, in East Africa alone, Kenya and Rwanda, there's 33 million in this region. 2% of that is like 150,000 trips on a daily basis, which are at risk. We should be angry about this. Something needs to be done. 1% is enough. No, 0% is enough. Why do we have 2%? So, Verabose, what do you think we should be doing?
So Luna is creating a femtech app to help women rate and score services and products with a community of women and using our algorithmic system. We are starting by solving this problem in transport community. And Winnie will be able to sign up on our app for free and have access to a chat to be able to converse with other women like her, with mothers, with young professionals. And when she wants to go home, she can see the closest service providers that are rated by the community that she can get home. And we have safety features that allows her to pay privately and also send a notification to her friend to know that she got home safe. And after use of each services, our members are able to rate and review to help the system grow and grow bigger.
Now, you must be wondering how we're making money out of this. We'll be making money off feature fees and commissions. Currently, our goal for quarter one is 580 members, thus translating to around $2,032. But we've done around 44% of this because we have around 200 members in our community. Our goal at the end of year one is to have 15,000 members onboarded into a community, thus translating to around $52,500 at the end of that year. Our goal is this. We want to raise money today simply because we want to be the premier rating, service, and scoring service for women in this industry. We want to be the first line of defense for women's services in this region. So, where do you think we can go with this? It can't be just transportation.
No, of course. Because our community are telling us, please help me understand who's the safest and trustable gynecologist. Where can I seek my practitioner? Who can I trust to send my kid to? So for that reason, we want to also expand to the health industry. But imagine our vision if this concept is proven. The nightlife for women, to be able to go to hotels, restaurants, and anywhere they want, feeling safely and trusting the service providers. So, what's the team? Me, Verawose, who's the CEO and also a gender specialist, my incredible co-founder, who's very smart and also a data analyst running the operation, and an impeccable team of task force that have been with us that's in the crowd. And so, welcome to the African Femtech Revolution. We're open.
Very well done, very well done. Fantastic. You have no business dealing with women unless you're Luna certified. I like that. All right, all right. Over to the judges for questions and comments, please. Femtech space.
Just a simple question. For that platform of yours contains a lot of data in terms of safety, security, and data protection. What are you thinking about that?
Our main biggest value is to be able to protect our members' data, which is also one of the reasons why we incorporated privacy, so the service providers cannot collect this data, so we can protect our community. But by the time we launch this product, we will have, agreed with all the regulation needed in Rwanda and both in Kenya to be able to function as a real company.
just in addition to that, we want to work with also government agencies, security agencies, also like, in our market research, people are telling us you need to train doctors to be more professional to women. But again, with this data, we can influence decision making, we can influence practice, and that's where we want to go with this. As long as we want to make sure that we have privacy, conceived in our community, we also want to influence decision making and how services are provided in the region.
Yes, fantastic. I believe this is something that is truly needed, and partnerships will be key. I was thinking, like, if someone is badly intended, will maybe not be registered in your platform, so to hide. But then you have the opportunity of working with, like here in Rwanda, we have cooperatives of those motorbikes. So partnership will be key in your journey. And I'm very sure there are a lot of women out there who can't wait to see this solution coming up. So kudos. Thank you.
Fantastic. Very well said.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think that from a commercial point of view, I do think that it's a current social issue and a real need, but that might be different from a business. And I think the way to think about this really is that what you're selling is really trust tech. And this model has been proven to be very successful across the world. So men also don't like being, people can harass you on the phone. So all of this is really to say that if it was the Yelp concept, where a lot of us can rate our service providers, whether they're gynecologists or delivery people and all of that, so that we're able to build that rating like you do on Uber. That's a very big business. It's really needed in Africa. But I think this idea of limiting it to women, unless it's a branding issue and there's actually another interest in doing that, which there's nothing wrong with that, just be aware that you're then slicing a market where it could be much larger.
Yes, definitely. However, the one statistic that you're missing out is this: women make 51% of the consumers in this market. So again, at the end of the day, as much as it could sound as a niche product, it could sound as it's only built for that category. Our goal is to target the biggest consumers in this market, and then have men also follow what is being done to this customer segment as followers and also as supporters in our cause.
But 51% is 51% of 100. So what I'm suggesting is go for the 100.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, thank you.
Right. Absolutely. Any more questions from the judges' comments? Right. Excellent. A round of applause, please. Take a bow, Luna. Take a bow. Well done. Very well done. Up next, we have the hacker, the hustler, and the hipster. High Q. Mr. Algorithms here, Joshua, Gentil, and Romain. Representing Team High Q. Right, are you ready, guys?
Yeah.
You good? Absolutely. Take it away.
So I want you to remember the last time you went to the supermarket and you couldn't find your preferred daily products. It sucked, right? Or that other time that you stood in line for 10 minutes waiting to pay for only one bottle of Citron. My name is Joshua Mamba. I'm with Romain and Gentil, my friends, and we've come across this problem a number of times across Kigali. So we took it upon ourselves to find out what actually is happening. And the reason is much deeper than we thought.
Digging deeper, we found out that actually retailers are struggling when they make an informed stocking decision. This leads to stock outs and dead stock. The problem you're talking about is affecting 2 million customers and a minimum of 1,000 retailers just in Kigali. At IQ, we've made it our mission to help retailers use data-driven solutions to understand what products, what amount of products they should be stocking in and when. We've developed a cloud-based smart inventory platform that helps retailers get real-time information, insights on what they should be stocking in. The same platform allows their customers to access the product very easy. What you're looking at the screen is an in-house built product that is currently being served in the Kigali market. It is also connected to the self-checkout system, which now allows the customers to buy the products from wherever they are and have them ready for pickup. This system we're talking about can be used as a standalone system, as well as can be used with the existing systems in the market. As we talk, we are using a B2B business model, charging $70 per month in year 1, as we plan to introduce pricing tiers in year 2, according to the system functionalities. Moving forward, we are looking forward to charging 2.5% commission fee on every transaction happening on the self-checkout process.
Currently, we are targeting retailers in Kigali. These are retailers making not less than $1,000 of revenues per month. These are retailers in the food and beverage sectors, household item, and personal care. As of 2022, this market has processed a total of $1.9 trillion across Africa. Narrowing it down to Rwanda as our start, this market has processed a total of $8 billion, to which $4 billion was processed just in Kigali. Our competitive advantage is our strategy. We are disrupting this market with fast execution and then building a moat. We are targeting to acquire 200 paying customers just by the end of the first quarter. So our idea is to capture the market, maintain control of innovation, and stay ahead of the curve. In less than just 2 months, we've been able to onboard 10 paying users, 28 beta users, and 4 manufacturers ready to use our data once it's available. We've also been able to create partnership for key players in the market in order to deliver our value proposition. One of them is JTACT, a POS manufacturing giant based in Asia, manufacturing a total of 5 million units. So our partnership is to be able to preload our platform, be shipped to Africa, preloaded through our platform, and then be able to use it. We are also in talks with BK, the biggest bank in Rwanda, for a potential partnership to provide finance to retailers in our network using our data.
So our numbers tells us, but by the end of our quarter 2, we'll be able to make a total of a gross profit of $60,000 and a number of 700 paying users. And rolling out our self-checkout app, those numbers are going to shoot all the way to $7.7 million by the end of our second year. So for this to happen, we need a crazy team of experts. We have our hustler,
a guru in business administration and product development,
our hipster,
a master in business strategy and customer experience,
and me, the hacker, a rockstar in software engineering. So in 3 years, we see ourselves as the leading provider of smart solutions in Africa's retail market. And we need $10,000 to actualize this and fund our go-to-market strategy of the next 6 months. So help us as we put Africa on the global market and revolutionize how businesses use data to make smart solutions. Thank you.
Round of applause, please. Well done, Haiku, well done. I like Joshua's very low register. He's down here. He's the algorithms guy. Right, judges, over to you. Questions, comments?
To be totally transparent, we'd like you to just go back to the first slide and tell us exactly what problem you're solving once more.
Can we get the slides back up, please?
You can just explain.
Right.
Yeah, so the problem that we are trying to solve as HiQ is that when we went on the market, retailers that have market, they really don't know exactly what to do. They don't have any information on, they have data, but they don't know how to provide insights to deliver their decisions, right? So that is making them make an informed decision. So this data can be around what to stock in, when to stock in, and it can also be how actually are customers seeing my things. Is there someone who didn't find something? So it's around these retailers being able to understand their market and making informed decisions.
And your buyer persona is?
Yeah, so currently, at the moment, we understand the magnitude of the market. It's a large market. So we've chosen to start with medium to large scale retailers. So people are making from less than $1,000 not less than, right? The reason being that these guys have compelling reason to buy, and these guys already understand the impact of how this can use this data and how they can grow their profit. So this is currently what you're going with, but going forward, we will be able to target even other players in the market.
Sorry, the $1,000 is for which amount of time each month?
Revenues per month.
Oh.
For those early adopters, could you just speak to the kind of insights you provided to them, the kind of decisions they made differently, just in really simple, practical terms?
Yes, as we speak, one of our customers in Kigali is Carrefour Mart. You can call it Carrefour Supermarket. When we talk to them, okay, I want to clarify, it's not the same Carrefour in Nairobi. When we talk to them, they had a system. For them, they referred to it as inefficient and functional. So then, when we talk to them, we actually were talking to them, asking them questions about the research, and then they told us, do you know anyone who can help us replace this system? We told them, we don't know yet, because we didn't want them to give us biased information. We told them, if we find, we'll come back. Now, when we gave them our system, one of the insights they're finding is the best performing or the best selling products in Gismenti, because this is where they're operating. And then this is helping them know what to stock in, because instead of stocking in everything, as you see other supermarkets doing, how about you stock in what is specific to your area, like Gismenti, what they're doing right now?
What does it entail for the retailer to be able to feed your system with this information, with data?
Okay, so we've simplified the whole process. We have preloaded products of the most common products that are usually in the retail market. So all they have to do when they get a system is to put the quantity that they have. That's it. So if they have 100 bottles of mixing, that's what they have just to put, just 100. That's it for them. And the system automates the entire process all the way from the point of sale, all the way to the payments, and all the way to the tax filing.
Yes. And how does the customer feedback come in?
So our self-checkout app collects data behind the scenes on how the customer is interacting with the products as they see. And those are the kind of insights that we use, the data that we use to make insights on what they are looking for, what is in their cart, what they are paying for, where they're coming from. All that data, whether it's demographics and behaviors, all of that kind of data is what we collect in the back end and process it into insights that we can give now to the retailers.
Any further questions? Any follow-up comments from the judges?
So your customers, when you talked to them, were they very happy to see you? Oh, we've been waiting for this. Or did you feel you had to convince quite a bit? Is it a pain point?
Yeah, actually, it was a bit rough in the first days because we were targeting small retailers when we started. But now, rolling out our system in the trial phase, we found out that these guys don't have a compelling reason to buy. Because first, they don't have enough inventory. Second, they don't have enough funds now to invest in that. But now we switched our focus to the medium and large scale. They were like, okay, where have you been? We've been looking for this, like the Carrefour I told you about. Now they're using our system. We're looking forward to onboarding 200 clients in Q1.
Excellent. Wait. Out of time. Conversations can be had later. Well done, guys. Last up on stage, we have FinAfia. We have a wide variety of skill sets amongst our fellas. We have doctors, pharmacists, marketers who come here and ideate and build ventures from scratch. So, on stage, FinAfia, are you ready? All right, born ready. I like that. Take it away.
How much is human life worth? $50? Definitely not. But Wanjiko's experience, a vegetables trader in Nairobi, Kenya, tells a different story. She lost a child while trying to give birth from home just because she couldn't spontaneously raise $50 to pay for her hospital bills. Sad, right? What's even more sad is the fact that Wanjiko isn't alone. She represents over 800 million informal workers across Africa, from roadside vendors to security guards to cleaners who are uninsured and can't find a proper way to finance their healthcare costs, which not only leads to the lack of access, but also the worsening of illness and even the risk of death. While doing research, the question that was lingering in our minds is, why aren't they insured? I mean, there's affordable micro-insurance products out here, right? But while talking to them further, it became clear that it's not about the price per se, as is the common belief, but more so about how premiums are collected. You wouldn't expect someone who earns and spends their money on a day-to-day basis to pay for their premiums either on a monthly, quarterly, or yearly basis like salaried workers. What they need is a solution that enables them to pay micro amounts as they earn and transact on the go. And that's exactly what we do. We are FinAfia, an insurtech that enables them plan for and finance their healthcare costs, primarily through embedded insurance, but also through our crowdfunding value add. In fact, unlike our competitors that require them to purchase insurance as a standalone product, we are embedding premium collections on their daily mobile money spend, allowing them to get covered in groups and not as individuals. Then, when they get sick, they can go to hospital, get treatment, and if the costs are more than their cover limit, they can run group-based fundraisers on our platform, get more money, and not have to risk losing another life.
We are a multidisciplinary team with diverse skill sets set to revolutionize the microinsurance industry, the holy grail of finance. Myself, I'm a medic with a background in medicine and software engineering. I'm joined with David Mbehi, who has a background in finance, business development, and growth. We also enjoy advisory from Ayushi Chandaria, who is a current MBA candidate at Harvard University and a consultant at McKinsey & Company. She's also a shareholder at Kenindia Insurance. Looking at our financials, for sure they look great. I'll compare the National Insurance Scheme in Kenya and Rwanda. Mutuelle de Santé, which works in Rwanda, is tiered into 4 tiers and is subsidized by the government. Hence, the low-income earners are covered fully, hence it works well for them. In contrast, in Kenya, we have the National Health Insurance Fund, which currently has 10 million payers. Out of this, 5 million come from the informal sector. And the informal sector employs a total of 15 million individuals. This means that 10 million still remain underserved. This presents an opportunity for us. If you break down the annual payment of 6,000 Kenyan shillings to a daily rate of 3.8 Kenyan shillings, which will be deducted from the daily mobile transaction of our users on our platform. Currently, we have 2 products. The first one is the fundraising platform, for which we've done 17 fundraisers and raised over $4,200 in the previous month. We are targeting to do 400 fundraisers by December 22nd. This means you'll have to do 4 fundraisers a day in the next coming months. The second product is a microinsurance distribution. The microinsurance industry is a low-cost, high-volume business. This means scale is key. How we'll be doing this is through strategic partnerships. Currently, we have Amitrak on board and Good Life Pharmacy, who will be our partner merchants. We are asking for 10,000 USD, which will go towards further growth to a B2B2C strategy, which will enable us to have 2,000 users by December 22nd. This will give us revenues of $3,700 If we continue the growth by 50% quarter on quarter, as shown on the graph, which will be enabled by our advertisement spend and partnership network effects through our partnerships, we'll be able to capture 10,000 users by our first fiscal year, giving us revenues of $40,000. And if we are able to capture 10% of the 10 million who still remain underserved, we'll be able to have 1 million users on our platform, giving us a 10 billion annual Kenyan shillings opportunity for us.
Remember, we are here to protect the low-income earners by enabling them overcome their biggest barrier to insurance consumption, finance. Thank you. Join us on this journey.
Thank you very much. You can do better than that. Right, over to the judges for questions and comments, please.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, in Kenya there are other providers of similar services. What makes you different from them?
Looking at our competitors, they fall into 2 categories, direct and indirect. One, a scaled version of normal insurance products that require customers to pay premiums on a monthly, quarterly, and yearly basis, as I said. But this goes against the behavioral tide of the low-income earners. They earn and spend their money on a day-to-day basis. So what we are doing is to enable them fund their premiums as they earn and transact on the go, and not expect them to have a lump sum at the end of a certain period.
Just on that idea, do you think that's something that's protectable, or what's stopping any of the other players from pursuing that payment structure? And just secondly, any ideas about ultimately being insourced to larger players, whether it be the government taking that up and pursuing that structure, or some of the larger insurance providers?
And that's the opportunity that's in front of us. And so we want to have that first mover advantage. Go in, grab the opportunity. If other players come, they'll be too late.
Right, very well said. Any further questions, comments?
I'll ask about crowdfunding.
Yeah.
Feedback about what's broken there. It's quite common. A lot of societies
Yeah.
seem to be working well. What are you fixing that's broken there?
So on the crowdfunding part, our solution comes in by removing the manual work, whereby one has to reconcile who has sent you money for a whole week. Let's say when you're doing fundraising for medical expenses, you usually have a group, maybe a WhatsApp group, whereby one person is appointed, and they have to constantly check the M-Pesa message and look not to spend the money they've been sent for. And sometimes reconciling all these can be a challenge. And this is the problem we're trying to solve for our users.
And just to add on to that, it's a value add. If you look at the consumer journey, it starts with them going to hospital. If they have insurance, they get covered. But sometimes, especially for inpatient services, where they have to sleep in hospital, the costs balloon. And that's where crowdfunding comes in to cover or bridge the deficit.
Any further questions? Comments from the judges for our final venture pitching for you today? Yes?
I would just suggest that you broaden, I know it's called FinAfia, now you have the name, but just make it broader, because I understand the medical bills and the loved ones. I love the embedded insurance, that's great. But it's really a financing question for the financing problem for the informal sector, which is a big market. I don't know whether narrowing it really is serving you and just reduces your total addressable market.
That's a first entry point to the market. As you can see, in the future, we'll be able to do medical credit once you get data from the fundraisers on the back end. So you can be able to credit score you and give advanced medical loans, so that once you go to the hospital working with FinAfia, you just know you'll be able to get services whichever way with a tap and go card, and just get services for yourself.
But you are committed to staying within health
Yes.
tech, huh?
Yes.
Not going beyond that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I committed to saving lives as a medical doctor, so we'll stick in the line.
There was even
Yeah, there you go. Right. Any further questions, comments from the judges before we wrap up? Right. Round of applause. Well done, well done, well done.
A big, big, big round of applause again. One more time, please. Wow, it's just amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing innovations that we've heard tonight. I mean, this afternoon, although it's getting tonight. But I just want to pose a question before. Has anybody, apart from the fellows who have been part of the program and who we've seen here, or who we haven't seen here, is there anybody who has previously thought of a business idea? Thought of implementing one? And how long did you think it was going to take you? 1 week? 2 months maybe? 1 year? 2 years maybe? These guys came up with it in 3 months. Everything that you've seen here was just 3 months' work. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I mean, we can see how great you people are and how you're movers and shakers of this continent in the time to come. I'd just like Ruti, or anybody at the back, if you can just get Migs for me. I can see him outside. Can somebody just, he's taking a picture of the stadium. But I just really want to
call this gentleman who is coming here, who really helped the team. This team of fellows, he did everything. Migs, please. And I know Migs specifically asked not to say anything, but I really want to recognize, I think you've already seen it. I didn't really have to say. You've seen the fellows and the applause that have given Migs. Migs was really part of this journey and helped them throughout this everything that we've seen today. And Migs has also been here for 3 months. Unfortunately, he's leaving tomorrow, but I hope that you'll be back because you have really created an impact. And I really wanted you to know on behalf of the team at JASIRI and on behalf of everyone in the room. Migs, thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Migs one more time. Thank you so much. And apart from Migs, there's a grander team, but I'd like to leave that to Aline and Dr. Rose. If you would just come here and recognize the programs team that made sure that the fellows were very comfortable, and everything else that you would want to add, I'd leave this up to you.
So everything starts on the program design. So I would like to have Dan, I don't know where Dan is. Where's Dan? Dan, come on front. I'd like to have Pumlani stand up. I know he'd be surprised. Dr. Pumlani. So our program actually builds from the learnings. Actually 15 years, about 15 years from other programs that we've run at the Grey Group. And so based on that, we took the learning into shaping the JASIRI program. And so Dan that you see over here is the head of the program design. So a lot of what you've seen and how we're shaping the progression framework, which are the different milestones into the program, which I described earlier on. And with that, there's Dr. Pumlani here, which then is our head of research and really understanding the context, understanding what works, and really helping us reshape. So on a Monday morning, we're looking at the data and we're refining our program. So it's iterative. And so I just wanted to recognize the two of us that might be feeling embarrassed right now, Dr. Pumlani. And with that, I'd like to invite Kuza. Kuza. Kuza is our head coach and mentor manager, and he has been with Migs at Tuza, which is our residential facility every day, coaching, providing feedback. And so this is alongside Migs and really, really pushing, supporting our fellows over the course of the 3 months. I would like to invite Desmond. Desmond is our entrepreneurship coordinator. He just joined about 6 weeks ago, but it feels like we've had Desmond for ages. And so Desmond has been on the side and really supporting the fellows that you saw today on their financials. So a lot of the numbers that you saw there, and really pushing, challenging, and so also a pleasure to have him on the team. So I'd like for all the JASIRI team to please stand up. Anthony, from Anthony behind. I see you, Nadine. I see Stephen. So it truly is a team's effort. And so as JASIRI, we really, really are proud of what we saw today. And it does take a village, right? And so a village from Kenya, from Rwanda, and soon from Ethiopia. So we're very excited about that. So, Rose.
Sure. Today is an emotional day for Aline and I. We're sitting in front here, And we were saying we feel like extremely proud mothers. Amadine, who's right at the back, is our head of recruitment. And when we're going through the searching for gems with Amadine, we say we feel like pregnant mothers. And when the cohort is finally recruited, we've given birth to amazing gems. And as you've heard, in just 4 months of them getting to know each other, and within 3 months of thinking about what they've presented today, there is a product that they've birthed. I've only seen in piggery things happening that fast. So we are extremely emotional and extremely grateful for each and every one of you. We asked you, our dear budding entrepreneurs, to be Zua. Every day to stand up. Every day to show up. And every day to shine. And you've done exactly that. You've made yourselves proud. You've made us, Aline, myself, Dan, Professor, Anthony, the entire JASIRI team proud. You've made your families proud. For 3 months, you've been away from them at the residential intensive. Thank you to each and every one of you here and those who may not have been here. We are grateful. To our JASIRI team, I know you're so humble and you've stood right there at the back, but we would not do this without you. We know we push, we know we ask, we know we work really crazy hours that even the our judges here in front have noticed to get the product going. Thank you for collectively showing up and shining. This is the beginning of a new phase of your lives. Continue to shine, and collectively, together, we are stronger. I thank you.
And so in closing, before we give the mic back to Sherry, we collaborated with the city team, and with us here in front we have Ian and Lara. I know most of you have already met with them, and so we wanted to also recognize them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And now I'd like for us to hear from the judges, and I'll begin for my farthest right from you, Dr. Leila. Any remarks you have? Just to say, really well done. It's still unbelievable that it's been such a short period of time of preparation between getting to this point. It was really humbling to see the amount of passion, the compatibility between the different team members, the rigor that has gone into the analysis. It was clear that many had spent a lot of time in the field. But it was also really good to see this prevailing sense of social mission cutting across many of the different solutions. So just thank you for allowing us to be a part of this, and wishing you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Kingsley.
Outstanding. I'm so honored to be a part of this process. I'd like to really commend every single fellow and entrepreneur here. I think just the quality of work, the rigor of thought, the outfits, the slides, the delivery, the ambition in terms of really fundamental problems. It's just a huge honor, a huge pride, and it's a tremendously exciting cohort. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Carmen.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the female candidates we saw today. You spent 3 months away from your family, from your obligations, from all the obligations in the sense that I know this is a sacrifice. So I want to say thank you so much. And then I think I have seen some of the solutions here led by female are really impactful and can actually create amazing results in the community at large. So I am humbled, and I feel like, as Aline and the doctor said, we are giving birth today, and I'm hoping to continue seeing this journey and then consume your product, support you wherever you are going to be, and hopefully you are going to change the face of Africa with the solutions you provided. So congratulations again.
Thank you. Rosalis.
Yes, from our side as well, a huge congratulations for this amazing afternoon that we have just spent. It was high quality, it was top quality. I've been in the entrepreneurship space now for 11 years, and I must say this is one of the quality events I've seen. So congratulations. And I wish to take this opportunity to commend the work that the JASIRI team is doing, the JASIRI team is doing here in Rwanda. As a board member at RDB, I take this opportunity to thank you also in the name of RDB for this amazing work. Entrepreneurship is an important priority for us as a country, and we need quality. We need to support our young entrepreneurs, to guide them. And what you have done in these few months is amazing. It shows that the potential is huge. We just need to work together and provide the right support. So again, thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to a team of judges. I think you just echo really correctly how we are collectively thinking. And we are so delighted to have you and your expertise be part of this team to just encourage and share your insights with the team. So thank you very much for that. We would like to hear from Kingsley again. He's spoken as a judge, but now we'd like to hear from you speaking as the Director of Strategy and Partnerships from the Executive Office of the President of Kenya. We'd also like to hear you at that front, what you think about this and any remarks that you have.
It's my turn to stand up here. It's not that easy, eh? I want to start echoing what has just been said, the commendation. I'd like to just commend the JASIRI team, the partners at City, my fellow judges, counterparts from government, from the development world, from BDS providers, and everyone that's part of this ecosystem. I think you should be very proud, and congratulations. I think most importantly, of course, is the VIPs, the most important people in the room. Everybody who's presented here today, please, one round of applause for all of you. I think as I stand here today, it's really just the contrast dawns on me, right? On one hand, every single day on the public policy side, we spend a lot of time thinking about problems, right? And it feels like they're overwhelming. Whether it be climate change, how we're going to feed ourselves, how livable is our planet, whether it be access to water, whether it be access to energy. We've just come out of a pandemic. And it feels every day like, what on earth is going on? So when Tem says crazy things are happening, I know what she's thinking about, huh? Genuinely. And I contrast that with the power and the energy and the belief in this room, right? Young people from this continent who are unafraid, unapologetic, ambitious, and not afraid to tackle the roots of all these problems that feel overwhelming. And research backs this. When they study global startups and innovation, a lot of people from other continents are solving for marginal convenience. I'm not saying they're bad people, but they're solving for different problems. People like you are not scared, right? When we talk about ag tech, when we're talking about health, when we talk about affordable housing, You're solving really deep, difficult societal problems. That is a very, very ambitious, difficult, hard, phenomenal quality. So I hope you know already you are setting yourself a phenomenally high bar, and that is incredibly remarkable. That's another thing to really congratulate you for. Well done. I want to speak a bit about market creating ventures. That's the JASIRI language. At the office and at the government, we talked about growth-oriented small enterprises. We talk about high-growth firms. That's a special niche, and we need you desperately. You create jobs. You pull up value chains and supply chains. You signal to the market and to your peers, and you role model. This is possible. So every single one of you don't know that the continent, that Kenya, that Rwanda is 100% dependent on your potential. We need you. We are here for you, right? That's why I'm all the way here. That's why my counterparts from government on this side are here, because the destiny, the fate, the future of this continent, of these two countries, is 100% dependent on you, and we are 100% invested in your success. We are together. People have talked about pregnancy and birthing metaphors, right? We are together. There's no, there's no separation. This is one team. So I really encourage you to consider this one team. Call on the judges, call on the government representative, call on every partner here. Regardless of which country you set up, let's consider this one team. Challenge us, call on us, get phone numbers, and consider this one single team that's striving for everybody, one of you to succeed, right? This is one team. I think as I close, I just want to speak a bit about opportunities and the focus on the Kenya side. We are 100% invested in the SME development space. Personally, we've worked a lot on access to finance, and we've worked closely with the financial players to have at least 12 billion shillings accessible in entrepreneur funding in Kenya. Through commercial banks, it's not a special program. The incoming administration is also working closely on a fund that's going to unlock another 50 billion shillings in Q1 next year for entrepreneurs like you. Newly set up Ministry of SME Development is coming up. So I hope you know, regardless of where you set up, it's not either or, but the Kenyan government is dedicated to solving and making your life easier, to create an enabling environment, and to make sure you can thrive. Regardless of where you set up, it's not either or, we are a team together with RDB. So I think lastly, I just want to close with the idea that, as Alice Walker said, we are the ones that we have been waiting for. There is no one else to solve all these massive problems that Tem sings about. It is us. We are the ones we have been waiting for. You are the ones we are waiting for. And I'm so excited about all the potential that you are going to go out, manifest, and succeed in. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kingsley, for that. Isn't it just amazing that we have all the right institutions on your side? Isn't that amazing? I think back in the day, it might have been very difficult, but things are simplified, and you guys are even making it more simplified with coming up with all of those solutions, you know. So thank you so much, Kingsley, for telling them that there is an open door for everybody and anyone to really take front your solution. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome and recognize the presence of someone very important, our guest of honor, Mr. Faustin Mbundu. And before he comes, allow me to just take you through who he is and the kind of person that he is today. Mr. Faustin Mbundu runs and holds equity in a number of companies involved in a number of businesses, ranging from information, technology, and tourism to agriculture, businesses, and education. He has a host of entrepreneurial experience, having founded and managed several companies in East Africa. He holds a Bachelor of commerce degrees, honors, he got honors by the way, from Makerere University, and owns more than half a dozen companies in several sectors, including agriculture, real estate, consultancy, gaming, coffee, export, fertilizer, manufacturing, animal feeds, schools. Hey! A brokerage firm called Mbia, Fruit Export, and others. And one of MFK Group's subsidiaries, Garden Fresh, was the recipient of the Best Emerging Exporter Award in 2018. So please, please, please help me welcome Mr. Mbundu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would have liked to be introduced as one of you also making a pitch. Because I think that's what interests me. If you see those companies they are talking about, it shows you somebody who is relentless, always on the move. I would have been happy to have been invited to also craft my own pitch. But unfortunately, Kingsley spoke before me. And some of the things I wanted to say was the impression, the way you guys were very impressive. The way for somebody who is a business leader, who has held positions of in private sector leadership and on boards of governors of different organizations. It's very fulfilling to see talent growing, to see our problems that we're talking about answered, because among you are the solutions that we're looking at in a few years to come. So do not try to copy me by doing so many things, because I think you should master something, then move on to something else, because like Dr. Rose said, she talked about pregnancy. You can only have one pregnancy. Okay? But I was lucky that I could come through all that. But also the age difference, maybe by my age you may have a dozen companies instead. But it's important that we appreciate what JASIRI team and the Grey Group has done, because most of the challenges we have in our economies is support for young entrepreneurs. But when I saw some Kenyans teaming up with Rwandans, we must appreciate that we have a lot to learn from the Kenyans. Because in private sector, in business leadership, they have had many years without interruption, unlike us. And I think this kind of combination, you could see it in the way people are working together. You think they grew up together from high school, yet in only 3 months is when you can see they are gelling. So thanks to you guys. And much as I'm saying that, I'm sure the Kenyans have enjoyed one or two things from the Rwandans. Not so. So the thing is that I saw some of the projections, some of the numbers were rosy. I just want to tell you that expect, be moderate, be conservative, and be surprised by positive results. Because it's easier to deal with excitement when things surprise you positively than dealing with stress when your projections turn upside down. It's just a word of advice. But also the other thing is that I do not doubt that all of you will succeed in this. And I was telling Alice and Carmen and Kingsley and Doctor that I don't envy you. Because how will you choose and how will you drop? According to me, you're all winners. And if it was up to the guest of honor, I would say get all of it, all of you, and even get more. So the way business works is that when you have an idea like this and you have the support system that they've given us, normally half the problems are covered. Because what I always tell people in our in our meetings when we're advocating for a better business environment, I always tell them that we need to create clusters. What are clusters? Clusters are when you're in a certain business, when you talk about, we are digitizing everything, but when you talk about a business, you're talking about access to finance, you're talking about access to market, you're talking about labor skills. You have a problem of accessing finance because the financier sitting in front of you is studying your application, deals with you alone. Yet you have a host of other support services that are not with you. But with this kind of effort from JASIRI, it makes the financier going to give you money. Know that you had this incredible team of judges supporting you and endorsing you for finance. They know that you have the support of the JASIRI team that has looked at this and sieved through it, and they give you an endorsement. So it's something to be not take lightly, because the challenges we have in accessing finance is because of the risk associated with the businesses we're trying to develop. But also, having said that, I think the passion I saw the participants had was incredible, because I always tell people whom I talk to about businesses that when you're doing business, you want to make a difference, you want to make money, you want to progress, but above all, you should enjoy what you're doing. When I saw people presenting things here, you could see the passion. They're already happy with what they're explaining, and that's half the satisfaction. At least if you don't make money, have a smile. So, and maybe another word of advice is, you had 18 teams here. Among the teams, you have other competitors that are doing the same thing and competing, because they were asking you that you're offering this solution in Kenya, but are there no other people doing the same thing? And be careful. If you're in the race with other organizations offering something similar to yours, do not look at them and think and lose your direction because you think they're doing far better than you or making progress more than you think you're doing. Because you do not know what they're dealing with behind the scenes. When you go to market, you want to impress everyone and tell them that you know what you're doing, but you do not know what's hidden behind. I just want to tell you a story about two important people in the media industry. I won't say names, but you can do your research. One of them is no longer alive. One is very old, but a billionaire. And they were on a race to dominate the American market in the media industry. And each one thought the other one was doing better than himself. And then one of them was encroaching on the pension fund for his employees. Another one was taking loans that were not sustainable. And the one who was encroaching on pension funds, this other guy thought he must have something about his numbers that I'm not doing well, but let me get more loans so that I can catch up with him. In the end, the one who was encroaching on the pension fund committed suicide. By the time he committed suicide, the one who was taking loans was told he could not even hold his credit card to pay for dinner one evening. And for us, we knew that he was a billionaire. So be careful. Look at your numbers. Do not look at the grass of your neighbor as greener than yours. Look at your circumstances and be happy with your direction, because, as I said, you do not know what they're dealing with. That's a piece of advice. When you move on to business, keep it close by, because it will guide you. Otherwise, let me thank the judges. Let me thank the great team and JASIRI team. Let me thank the participants. And let me tell you that from what I saw that you are doing, solving the global challenges, that this afternoon is well spent, because it shows us that we have teams that are helping us to surmount the problems that we face in the business environment. And what better place to do this than in Rwanda, with even collaboration from East African neighbors. Let me hope that I'll have a chance to come. I was asking them the next time I just want to come and attend when the series is continuing, so that this baby that was born in, that is being born, I can see them being baptized, I see them getting married, and I see them growing old. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mbundu, for that. You know, as marketeers, I'm a marketer at the JASIRI team, but I've always been a marketer. And you know, when we're creating strategies of go-to-market, when you want to take your product to the market, you're looking, is it a business to business? Is it a business to a customer? And so as I was sitting there and he was speaking, I was like, you guys are getting B2B, business to business advice. You know, it feels like he's talking to you directly, yet he's talking about what really happens when you get on ground. And so we're really very honored to have you, Mr. Mbundu, this evening, speaking to the fellows and speaking to all of us. And I'd just like us to also, we're about to end, by the way. Don't be, I know you've been sitting for a long time, but actually, even before we welcome the next person, please get on your feet. And like we did at the beginning, find 3 people, different from the first ones that you did earlier, and give them a fist bump. Not the person that you're seated next to. Fist bump, 3 people, fist bump. Fist bump, 3 people. Ah, yes. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we're going to do more of that in just a bit. We're going to do more of that in just a bit, where you can get to know a few more people. I also got 3 fist bumps this time, by the way. Earlier you guys forgot about me, but this time I got mine as well. So allow me to welcome our CEO of Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropy, and also part of the team, the big JASIRI team, Mr. Anthony Farr. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. I think we have to start by saying well done to the JASIRI fellows. Extraordinary. I couldn't feel more proud of what you've done over these last few months. And we've heard that it takes a village to raise entrepreneurial teams, that we are all one team, that we're giving birth. These are amazingly powerful analogies, but I think they try to do justice to the magic of what's happened over these last 3 or 4 months. And thank you. We challenged you to be brave at the beginning, and you responded magnificently. Thank you. I want to repeat all the thanks. I mean, it's an amazing group from the JASIRI team, from our partnership with Citi, from an extraordinary panel of judges, our guest of honor, Faustin. It really just has been a memorable afternoon. Now, I realize that I'm probably standing between you and proper celebration, but there are 3 things I just want to touch on before we close properly tonight. And those are the importance of compounding, focus, and ambition. You'll know when we talk about compounding that it was Albert Einstein that spoke about the fact that the most powerful force in the universe is compound interest. But it's not just about interest that compounding is important. Compounding is important in almost every aspect of life, because if we have a clear direction of where we're going, and if we're committed to doing it step by step in a consistent way, it's extraordinary the exponential outcomes that happen. It wasn't that many years ago that when the Alan and Jill Gray philanthropy of its time started with its work in philanthropy in another part of Africa, there were just 20 students that were chosen. Now, people were looking at this supposedly big foundation, and they saw 20 university students. And they thought, well, what's going on here? This is not significant. This is not going to make a big difference. Why are there just these 20 students that are doing a bit of extra entrepreneurship on the side? But with the power of compounding, year after year, with a clear sense of what the vision was, where we're going, today those same 20 students have become 1,500 fellows, with the value of businesses started in excess of $2 billion. And what excites me more is that we're going to do even better in East Africa. We only started about a year ago with the first cohort, and already if we look at the 25 businesses that have emerged from the 2 cohorts so far, and 25 plus, that's already probably more than 10% of the new businesses that Rwanda is hoping to generate in terms of its big plans and in terms of startups. So I think you're going to be amazed to understand the power of compounding as we take this forward year by year and see where this ends. And then the second is that the comment on focus. It's come up a few times, and it seems almost impossible that these sort of quality enterprises have emerged over such a short time. But the reason why they have is that you've been 24/7 focused on these enterprises, on these ideas, on these concepts over the last 3 months. And Mr. Gray used to say that the most important thing you can do is to focus on a few things. Focus on a few things, but do those few things extraordinarily well. And I think we've seen the power of focus with these JASIRI fellows over the last 3 months, that there's been this magical alchemy of 0 to 1 as these businesses have emerged through the power of focus. But my last comment, and then we can properly celebrate tonight, is about the importance of ambition. And now ambition can sometimes be seen as a loaded term, that it's almost like, like there's something negative about ambition. But I think when ambition is infused with the right values, with the right sense of purpose, with the right possibilities for the future, ambition is an incredibly powerful force. And we need the most ambitious people involved in the sort of activities and the entrepreneurial pursuits that JASIRI fellows are pursuing. It was, I think we stand in a country that is harnessing and leveraging the power of ambition. His Excellency talks about this country, Rwanda is a small country, not a small people. There's a sense of ambition, there's a sense of possibility that comes from that, and we need these JASIRI fellows to achieve the ambition, because we're not unaware of the challenges of the problems. And in fact, 60 years ago, it was the politicians that became our heroes, as many countries achieved their political freedom through the political heroes of that time. But actually, they might have secured political freedom, but we still don't have economic freedom in most parts of the continent. And the heroes that are going to drive the economic freedom are the entrepreneurs, are the JASIRI fellows that are going to take us to economic freedom. And they're only going to do that if they have sufficient ambition to carry them through to the fullness of that prize. So keep going. This is just the beginning. We're only 3 months in. We're here for life. We're not going away. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anthony, for that. I think he's wrapped it up really well, and we have come to the end. I hope everybody had a great time this afternoon. I know I did. And just a few things that I'd like to mention. Like you say, this is not the end. We have more and more and more coming through. And actually today we just closed the applications for the 3rd cohort, who are going to be going next after you guys. But I hope that you can all go and be ambassadors of the JASIRI Talent Investor Program. There's really a lot and a lot and a lot in store. Then we'll also be opening the applications for cohort 4 sometime soon. please do follow us on our social media handles. We are JASIRI for Africa across all our platforms. And then this might not be for you, apart from the fellows, of course, but everybody else who is in the room, maybe you know somebody, maybe you've thought of somebody and you feel like this program could be for them. Again, when these fellows joined the program, it's not like they each came with these ideas. They came up with those ideas. So all we are looking for are people who are willing, who have the potential, and who have the need to be aspiring and great entrepreneurs in the African ecosystem. So we hope that you can go and be ambassadors for us. Please and please, like I said, look out on our social media pages so that you can spread the good news. And finally, we're going to be part of the Global Entrepreneurship Week. Next month, we're going to be hosting it. So please, again, look out for that. We're going to be posting about it on our social medias, giving you all the details so that if you want to get in touch with us and if you would like to come and participate in any way, the doors are open for you. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, JASIRI fellows. Zua, please give yourself a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll just head again where we had the coffee break. We're going to go there for cocktails. Please feel free to walk to somebody, get to know what they're doing, get to know. You never know. This could be your investors. This could be your employees. This could be your colleagues. This could be your business partners, you know. So let's go over there and mingle. Have a good evening, everybody, and a happy weekend.